Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Welcome to Alamo Heights Pitch Night, Business Incubator.
Who's controlling the PTZ?
I've got a preset. Good morning, LaRon.
Testing. Testing.
Testing. No. Yeah.
Mic check.
Testing. Testing. Mine needs to.
Test, test, test.
I don't. Yes, it was on.
Test,
Testing.
test,
Test.
test, test,
You can. Testing. Testing. I don't want to be like
Test,
talking like
test.
this. Testing. Testing.
test, test. I have to pretty much be talking into it though. Test, test. I have to be like talking into it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but we're testing for pitch night.
Oh, so the judges aren't going to want to do that.
Mic check. Mic check. I mean, I can hear me in the echo, but I don't know if it. Yeah, I don't know if you just have to turn them up.
Yeah. Because that's not what it seems like.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? Can. If you could, can you go around and ask one of those people so you can hear these mics?
Yeah.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Here we go. We're good.
Check, check.
Mic check. Mic check. 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 Yeah.
Does it? Can you hear me?
No.
I can't. Oh, can you? Yes. Now you
Okay.
can.
No.
Check, check.
Check. Check. Check. Check. Can you hear me? You can. There it goes. There it goes.
Can you hear me? Check, check. All right, now I'm talking comfortably.
1,
sitting
2, 3.
I'm talking comfortably. Luke. Luke.
All right, let's turn off hot mic. What am I doing? Sliding it over? Or?
Fallon. Fallon, is the Apple TV code, it's not auditorium. Is there a certain set of numbers? AUD? Ms. Hawkins? Hannah, I need your fingers. Oh, where? What's right here? They're like at the bottom. AUD. There you go. 4782. It did. No. Oh.
That's me.
Oh, okay. I thought it was,
It's because if you go in the corners,
yeah, that's what I was like. That's
it
what I
like
did last
goes
time.
away.
Gentle flow, gentle glow. Come on to the stage. Microphone check. Microphone. Microphone check. Microphone check.
Ooh. Thank you.
Is Create back there?
So I just press this big white button? Hopefully.
On this box. You good to go?
Hello, we're Gentle Glow, a concealer crafted specifically for sensitive skin. I'm Spencer Smith, Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Fernanda Garea, Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm Adriana Ibarra, Chief Operating Officer.
I'm Josiah Blanquis, Chef Technical Officer.
I'm Sean Story, Chief Financial Officer.
71% of American women suffer with hypersensitive skin, making it pain to wear makeup. I'm on the Spurs dance team, so we're constantly having to wear full faces of makeup for performances, but because of my eczema, it's painful.
Wow, Adriana, that sounds like a really terrible problem. Luckily, we now have a solution.
What is it?
Gentle Glow Cosmetics uses all-natural, dermatologist-recommended ingredients, such as prickly pear seed oil, which reduces inflammation, bentonite clay powder, which is commonly used to treat acne and diaper rash, so it detoxifies your skin, shea butter, which moisturizes the skin, mica powder, which gives it that coloring, aloe vera, which protects you from the heat and reduces inflammation, jojoba oil, which increases skin elasticity and softness, and lastly, titanium dioxide to bind it all together and give it that shine that you look for in a concealer.
Our customer segment is Itchy Isabel. Itchy Isabel is a 20-year-old college student that suffers with psoriasis, and because of her skin condition, her options in concealers are limited in fear that it'll make her skin worse and cause irritation. This has made Isabel self-conscious about her appearance.
Our direct competition is Terra 28, and our indirect is Clinique, due to its triggering aggressive bowel movement, but many other brands, like Neutrogena, can require immediate medical attention. While Gentle Glow's concealer targets to help skin without any harmful effects or allergies, unlike Clinique and many others, we will know who our target audience is.
Our unique value proposition is that our concealer keeps you fresh, has good coverage, doesn't crack, uses all natural ingredients, and is hypoallergenic. This leads to more confident women and healthier skin. A win-win.
As you can see, this is our prototype. It not only comes with the concealer by itself, but with a cute mesh bag and a little makeup blending sponge so that you can do your makeup on the go. The prototype should be right in front of you guys. You can feel it, see it, touch it, and I guarantee you that it's safe to put on your skin if you want to test it out.
With our total addressable market now using our customer group of women between the ages of 13 and 45, as well as a consumer category of women who apply makeup on a daily basis, this brings us to a total of over 867,000. Now, with our serviceable addressable market, using our customer group and our consumer category, as well as statistics, we can assume the percentage of women who feel insecure due to such skin conditions, bringing our total to nearly 30,000. Now let's talk about our cost of goods. It takes less than $6 to produce each unit, which we've set at a unit price of $30, giving us 4 times the profit of our unit price, bringing our gross margin to over 80%. Now, you're probably thinking about how we got to our unit price. Well, we got to it due to our money to quantity ratio compared to our other competitors, such as Clinique and Tower 28. Now let's take a look at our 3-year summary. In the first year, we are projected to have 38,000 in revenue. Now, through advertisements through via social media and other platforms, as well as the cosmetics industry growing at a rate of 6% per year. We are projected to have a growth rate of 160% in year 2 and 100% in year 3, bringing our revenue to over 200,000 at the end of our 3rd year.
Our ask is $9,300. $6,600 would be allocated towards ingredients for our concealer. $1,500 would be for marketing for our product via social media and other online platforms. And that final $1,200 is for packaging. You may be wondering, what is packaging for our concealer? That is the bottle you see, the sponge, and the mesh bag.
Say
Buy
bye
to dry and hide to divine with gentle glow.
Thank you. We're now open for questions.
Can you guys go back to the financial? Can we go back to slides? Yeah, go back.
Wait, revenue?
Okay, I just want to look at this for a second.
Okay.
Sorry. Y'all can-
So great job. A little loud. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Where are y'all going to be selling? How are you going to be selling?
We're planning on selling here to Alamo Heights at first, and we have a website in the works. That's going to be where most of our funds come in. Well, not funds. That's going to be where people buy our product the most once we actually get on track and gain momentum.
Okay, so
we'll
you're going to
also-
sell on your own website.
Yes, we're hoping that we'll eventually sell to Sephora and stuff like that, but we're not worrying about that yet because we're just small right now.
Okay. Small thing there. If you're going to sell on your own website, I assume you have to create it at some point.
Oh yes, just
And
I
so
was
that
working
should
on
have
that.
probably been part of your ask.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Secondly, a product like this in your financials, if you want to get in Sephora, if that's part of your growth plan to getting to $200,000, take the next step and say, hey, when we sell to Sephora, we don't sell at your cost. You don't make the same amount.
Okay.
Have you looked into regulations? What type of legal, does the FDA have to, not FDA, but are there places if you are to get into brick and mortar that have to give you licensing, or what type of legal things do you have to address?
So some concealer brands, yes, you do have to have FDA approval, but ours, we used a formula online and then made tweaks to it with other ingredients such as prickly pear oil. So no, we would not need FDA approval.
Because you added products to it.
An existing formula.
Okay.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your MVP and what that process looked like?
Yeah, so first we were figuring out our formula after we got the money. And we looked into some stuff, we got some ingredients, we took some trial and error to get to the perfect solution. And we're still working on the pigmentation. That's been our biggest feedback from our market testing, but we handed it out, we tested it with people, and that's mostly the feedback that we got was the pigmentation. But we did get good feedback that it's moisturizing and it's everything that it says it should be.
So you said the feedback that you still need to work on is the pigmentation, is
Yes.
that right?
Mhm.
Okay.
But it's moisturizing, hypoallergenic, all that good stuff. It has good coverage too. We're mostly just working on getting our color balances right.
And then can you go back over your UVP again, please? Can you just hit the highlights for us one more time?
So the main highlights of our UVP is, as you saw in the solution, we use all natural ingredients. So it's nothing artificial. And then also it is very moisturizing. So if you have eczema, psoriasis, dry skin, you're able to get that taken care of while still wearing a makeup. And then also it doesn't crack, so it's going to stay on your skin for longer. You're not going to have to reapply your concealer constantly. So those are the main highlights.
Thank you.
Can you reiterate how that's different than competition? Why is this better?
So our concealer, we are marketed just to sensitive skin. We don't have, it's beneficial for everyone to use, but it's just for sensitive skin. And we have only one product right now, so we're kind of drilling down into a niche market. Well, there's still a lot of people that use concealer. We're not selling foundation, concealer, beauty cream. We're one thing.
Yeah, we're more focused on who our target audience is. These brands may be safe for the skin to use, but they don't have any like benefits for hypersensitive skin. Like it's basically just doing the bare minimum for them. We want to go above and beyond.
Yeah. In your research, did you find something, like one thing I'm worried about is if I could start this in my kitchen tomorrow, like, is this defendable? Did you find something unique and different that only you can do?
As we mentioned before, we started with a recipe that we found online at first, but we made various tweaks to it because the recipe that we found online was pretty flawed, and it wasn't really like good to sell in like actual retail. Maybe just like making your kitchen for fun type of stuff. This is actual good stuff. We use different ingredients, and especially with the titanium dioxide. We at first we used zinc oxide, which was good, but it was too crystal-like. That's what was recommended in the solution, but we changed a few things up. These things aren't too easy to come by.
Yeah, you might want to talk. I know you touched on that journey. You guys, I mean, you did a great job. You covered all the topics. You really did. Everybody presented really, really well. I know it's nerve-wracking, especially to go first. I would just suggest slow down. Like, take your time. You've got all the components. You know your story. Just slow down. Some of you were a little hard to understand because you just went so fast. Just slow down a little bit, tell your story, talk about that journey, because that's really smart, you know, that you've done that research, that you've discovered something unique. That's probably the most important thing you want investors to hear.
Right, I was going to say the same thing. If that's where you started, that probably has to be highlighted and give us a slide and a visual that shows you going through the process of your formulation.
Right.
That'll stick with us if you're talking about it while it's behind the judges. So give them a visual of where you started with this recipe that you found online, and then you improved it by doing.
So you recommend, I'm sorry.
Sure. No. And I was just going to say, it's probably good if you have the judges just tell them, you know, you can put it on the back of your hand. Put it on the back of your hand and you can feel the nutrients. Something along those lines, it kind of draws the coaches in. Even you'll have a bunch of guys up here, but it's fine. Just have them put it on the back of their hand and they can feel the moisture in the product. So great job, you guys.
Thank you.
Good job, thank you.
One last thing real quick. I love the first part, y'all didn't start with the story. And
Right.
so what I felt was y'all's strongest part of the story is, I'm on the dance team. This is my problem. It means so much to me, right? Y'all didn't tell me how many people are on the dance team. How many dance teams are there in San Antonio? How many women are competing on dance teams every day, that these are the people who I want to go help. That arc would have been really, really powerful for someone to understand who's kind of from the outside. So when you're telling that story that they were talking about, hey, we thought we were going to find this. Well, we started down this path. We found this instead. Come on this journey with us. That makes me want to be up there with, oh gosh, I can't wait. There's, I've got friends who have daughters that do dance every weekend. Okay, I didn't see a slide of, we think there's 500,000 people competing in dance competitions a weekend. If they're going to compete, they're going to practice this many days, and they're going to practice in makeup or whatnot. Those are the kind of things. Hey, great. How long does this last? You got to take that full next step. So.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wait, what?
Hi, we are Comfort Cycle. We're a personalized period subscription box that aims to make your time of the month a more comfortable time. I'm Annabelle Gordon, our Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Lucy Sauer, our Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Caitlin Maffridge, our Chief Marketing Officer. I'm Bennett Childs, our Chief Operating Officer.
I'm Kaden Bordano, our Chief Technical Officer.
At the beginning of the year, we were discussing the stresses and uncomfortableness that comes with having your period. We also realized how ineffective period tracking apps are unless you are willing to pay for the extremely overpriced monthly premium version. This led us to this question: why are we paying for something that is giving us nothing in return? And so the idea of Comfort Cycle was born. We realized that we wanted to create something that took away some of the stresses girls face while they're on their periods, while also creating a way for them to receive their products in a more convenient and exciting way.
Getting your period is the most mentally and physically draining part of every woman's month. The last thing you want to do is go to the store and buy the products you need. Our solution is Comfort Cycle. We are a personalized period subscription box that delivers all the products you need directly to your doorstep for your time of the month. We have everything you need, like tampons and pads, and everything you didn't know you needed, like heating patches and snacks. Here's how Comfort Cycle works. Step 1, you select the period product preferences you want in your box. Step 2, you select the date you want your box shipped to you. And step 3, your box is packaged and shipped to you with a fun surprise. Here is our website. On our website, we have 4 main landing pages. The first just welcomes you to Comfort Cycle. The second is an About Us page, which talks to you about Comfort Cycle's morals, what we're about, and how we got started. And then we have our How It Works page, which talks to you 6 steps of how your box is curated and everything that goes into making your box. And then the last is an Order Now page, which is where our order link is located. We have called and talked to 2 website developers, and we have concluded that it would be around $15,000 to further develop the website that works better for our company.
Imagine you're a single dad and your daughter just got her period for the first time, but you have no idea what to do or what products to get. Or imagine you're a college student and in between studying and going to class, you don't have time to go to the store to buy the products that you need. Or imagine you're a working mom and your daughter calls you in the middle of the day and tells you that she just started her period. Now you have to put your whole day on pause to go to the store, buy her the products that she needs, and drop them off. Our indirect competition are companies such as H-E-B Delivery and Amazon Prime, which you can order your products straight to your doorstep. Our direct competition are companies such as the Ruby Love Club and the Moxie Box Club. These companies are similar period boxes, but they lack the personalization aspect that Comfort Cycle has to offer.
In our boxes, we offer pads, tampons, heating patches, skincare items, and snacks. We give you the personalization that our other competitors lack. We are currently requiring that our customers subscribe for a minimum of 3 months because we are estimating that this will be the appropriate amount of time it takes for them to get a box that is fully personalized for them. While also having created a more convenient and exciting way for our customers to receive their products, We include inspiring and uplifting quotes in every single one of our boxes, and we are also creating an option for our customers to order pamphlets that have tips and tricks for girls who are just starting out their periods.
33% of Americans use subscription boxes. They're valued at $32.9 billion. This number is expected to increase by 20% in the next few years.
Our total addressable market is 85.5 million women in the U.S. between the ages of 10 and 24. Our serviceable addressable market is 4.2 million women in the state of Texas between the ages of 10 and 19. And our serviceable obtainable market is 1,300 girls at Alamo Heights High School and Middle School. It costs approximately $16.73 to make each individual box. Since our boxes are personalized and there are different products in each box, it makes it difficult to curate an exact price for every single box, but no box will cost more than $16.73. This cost includes the price of your choice of tampons or pads, snacks or chocolates, heating patches or pimple patches, and packaging. This price also includes our shipping cost. We also have an additional cost of $15,000 to create our official website. We are charging $30 a month for our subscription. This will give us a profit margin of 44% on our boxes. Within our first year, we are projected to have 120 customers, which will give us a revenue of $20,188. Our second year, we are projected to have 260 customers, which will give us a revenue of $41,052. In our third year, we are projected to have 600 customers, which will give us a revenue of $93,260.
Using our social media platform and the PTO meeting we attended, we have compiled a list of emails of potential customers to keep updated about our business, as well as doing a countdown before the opening of our website. The 6th grade service club loves our idea and is willing to pass out flyers as well as try out the boxes themselves. We are currently in the process of partnering with Heidi Pockets, which is a San Antonio-based company that creates pockets to hide your used products in. We will be putting their pockets in our boxes for the mutual benefit of both companies. We would also like to reach out to pediatrician offices to ask how they can further promote our product. We gave our boxes to 6 testers who each represent our customer personas, as well as a QR code for their feedback. They loved the discretion of the boxes, the inspirational quotes, and how long the products lasted them. Some feedback we received was about having an option for allergies and dietary restrictions. We took this feedback into consideration, and we now have a place on our order form for dietary restrictions and needs, as well as a larger variety of snacks.
We are asking for $25,000 for our company. $15,000 will be used to create our official website through a web designer. $7,000 will be put to creating our boxes and expanding our inventory. This will cover about 1/3 of our first year of costs. The final $3,000 will be put into marketing to buy ads and brand deals with influencers.
At Comfort Cycle, your comfort is our priority.
When you started, well, first of all, very good job. You took your time. We could understand you well, so that was really helpful in digesting and absorbing the information. So thank you so much for that. I know it feels awkward for y'all, but it worked well for us. In the beginning, when you were kind of talking about the origin story, you did talk about period tracking apps. So I was curious to see where that would fully come back into play in your pitch, and so maybe I missed that. Can you talk me through kind of closing the loop there?
Yes, ma'am. So essentially, again, we kind of realized going back to the origin story, it's you have to pay a lot of money monthly if you want an accurate period tracking app. And so we were kind of like, why are we going to pay this much for something that's supposed to do it for free? And so the idea is that, so on our website, the girls, you can go in and select kind of around when your period is. And the idea is that, like, paying for our monthly subscription, the premium version of a period tracking app is us delivering our products to you. So the products would be, like, I guess, the amount that you should be spending on something else, if that makes sense.
Yes, that does. I think that was a little confusing because I was wondering, were you going to tie in eventually some sort of a tracking app or an algorithm in the future?
So you're saying it eliminates the need for it, in a sense. You don't have to track it because you're always prepared, essentially.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think you can easily just add that wording in there. Don't have to worry about tracking it. You're always prepared. I wanted to talk a little bit about the opportunity you have with brick and mortar. We see decline in brick and mortar, right? I think an advantage you also have is that, yes, my competition is products that I can buy at H-E-B or Amazon, but I'm talking about quantity, right? So I'm buying big boxes of everything. So I think you can highlight that a little bit in that competition slide. Go back to that slide and talk about the fact that it's the right amount at the right time. You don't have to buy and store a whole bunch of stuff. That's, I think, a big advantage, is I don't have to worry about going to brick and mortar, and it is very advantageous. On the West Coast, people are not shopping in drugstores, and they don't go to Walgreens and CVS like we do. They do all of that shopping online. So when you talk about Texas, it might be really easy for you to talk about these trends on the coast where there's a big advantage of you being able to order just the right amount at the right time.
Yes,
so, good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job. One of the things that I worry about is the size of this opportunity. You honed in on just Allen Heights Middle School, which I understand is easy to focus on. It seems very small, and you only tested among 6 people. Can you tell me a little bit about why you chose just 6 people and what that process was like, and did it inform the things that you put in your box, like the actual product, what you included in there?
Yes, sir. So we mainly wanted to start with just a few people before we moved on to a larger group, just so we made sure that to meet each of our customer personas. And we have mainly started with the Alamo Heights Junior School and High School just because it is the most accessible to us. But we would like, moving forward, we would like to open it up to marketing more towards San Antonio and then Texas and just everyone we can reach. It was just easiest for us to be able to deliver the boxes and get their feedback as quickly as we could and be able to use that feedback into furthering our website and the design of our product.
Yeah, so, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Was anybody?
No, that
Oh,
was
sorry.
me.
was there, so one of the things, tell me if I got this right, is personalization just the opportunity to customize this, and obviously the convenience of not having to go to the store? Is that really the most compelling part of the offering? Did I get that right? Or did I miss what the most important thing that differentiates you from anybody else?
Yes, sir, you're right. The personalization aspect, and again, the fact that we can just deliver everything that you need to you once a month is the main goal of everything.
Okay.
One more thing I might, just real quick, because I know we got to move on. You just think about this between now and then, if there's one geared towards the teens and then another one geared towards moms, that might solve a little bit of the segmentation. Personalization for a teen might be very different for the segmentation of the mom. And so you can talk even more. I know in your addressable market, you kind of talk about teens, but then you might really quickly, easily be able to multiply that times 2, in the same household. So that would opens up your market inside your same demographic area.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thank you.
Hannah, how much time do we have? Or like, can you tell us? I don't mind. So we're trying to make up a little bit of time. Yeah, sorry. So if we span from the time they start to the time we're done.
Hugh Gutierrez is a 35-year-old man who recently had to book a band for a corporate event. He went about this by getting recommendations from his friends and coworkers, but unfortunately, he was unable to find the perfect band for him. Hugh ended up having to settle for a band that he didn't like and that was out of his budget, which he was really upset about. Hugh needed Bashhaven, the fastest and easiest way to book musicians online. I'm Jack Wright, Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Hudson Taylor, Chief Operations Officer.
I'm Bo Tabor, Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Harrison Hedgepeth, Chief Technical Officer. Just like Hugh, many people have the same struggle of booking musicians through word of mouth. In fact, every single person that we have interviewed claimed that the only way they booked a musician for an event was through word of mouth. As you can see on the screen, 69% of the people that we interviewed claimed that they were unsatisfied with the band that they were left with when they booked through word of mouth. We also know that there are tons of aspiring bands out there who want to get their name out there, but knowing how expensive it is to afford a manager, it isn't cheap, and at the end of the day, it's a problem. So this is where our solution comes in. Bashhaven, the fastest and easiest way to book musicians online. Bashhaven allows users to book musicians with ease using search filters such as genre, prices, and location, so you can find the best band closest to you at your perfect price. We also know that managers are expensive, as we said, and so this is why we want Bashhaven to be a manageristic app for bands themselves. All they have to do is get on, sign in, put their social medias on there so users can see their past performances and know exactly what they're getting.
So here we have bands, hosts, and party planners, and a prime example of this would be Party Patricia. Party Patricia is a 25-year-old woman who lives in a big city, extremely social, and loves to plan parties. Since she loves all kinds of music, she likes to have a different taste or genre in each of her parties. Despite her large network of musicians, she struggles to find the perfect, affordable one in her area.
Our competition consists of the Bash, who have a wide variety of customers since they cater to all performances, not just musicians. They have no links to their social media or streaming platforms which people can view, and if you've never heard of them, it's because they're poor at branding. Shifting over to Gig Salad. Gig Salad allows customers to book only musicians. They ask way too many questions before you can even browse their website, and they send inquiries to musicians for you, meaning you wouldn't be able to send any special requests.
Bashhaven offers search filters, reviews and ratings, and links to previous works. This allows the customer and the band to get closer and have a deeper connection while they do their business.
With great family friends in a band, we got to see the Azar and Carter family band perform at Pigpen, a local barbecue spot on Broadway. They were deeply interested in my pitch towards them about our website, Bashhaven. They needed help getting their name out there and having more opportunities to perform at more gigs. Bashhaven is here just for this. We created a network of bands and musicians that help them land a specific gig.
We have experimented with different bands. We have found that the customers do not like when we don't have a large variety of genres, but when we've gotten positive feedback that the bands are happy that they get free gigs and the customers are happy that it's easy and accessible for our bands to meet up with them.
For our total addressable market, we have 50 million people in the US who listen to live music. For our service addressable market, we have 440,000 people who listen to live music regularly in Texas. And for our service attainable market, we'd hope to get about 1% of that, or about 4,400 people who would initially book through Bash Haven.
So here's how we're making our money. It's through a transaction-based website. So we're getting 20% through the purchase. So let's say you're booking for $1,000. The minute you press that purchase button, we're taking $200. So for our financial projections, year one, we are going to have estimated expenses of $13,500 and earnings of $9,600, putting us down $3,900. But we're going to go up year two with expenses of $6,000 and earnings of $19,200, giving us a profit of $13,200 year two. Year three, the expenses are going to bump back up to $8,500 with earnings of $28,800 and an estimated profit of $20,300, giving us a total profit of $29,600. And for our capital ask, we're going to ask for $25,000. And the way this is going to be put to use is through website development and our key features advertising. And that's going to be through X/Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And here's a little distribution chart or pie chart of advertising going $15,000 and website $10,000.
So never have to worry about the hassle of booking through word of mouth again. And use Bash Haven.
Real quick about go back to your price. You talked about $1,000 to book, 200 is what you would make. How did you arrive at that price, and did any research inform that decision?
So we did some research, and the standard for the music industry is 10 to 20%. So we figured we'd just take the upper value.
Did any of prospective customers give you any input on the price?
At first, a couple were a little bit skeptical about, just like you, they want to ask, 20%, what exactly are y'all giving us that y'all can be taking 20% or getting 20% from the actual book cost? But for us, allowing them to be on this website, and it's a manageristic factor for them, so they don't have to pay that extra fee for a manager. I think that they understand after explaining it to them that 20% is not that big of a deal at the end of the day.
Can you just elaborate a little bit, excuse me, on the research that you did? Like, how many people did you talk to? What did that journey look like from the beginning? Like, how many people you originally talked to, and what your interviews, how it informed where you guys arrived?
We interviewed about, my dad used to be a band player, and obviously he played the drums, and so now he just wants to listen to music as much as possible, and so he has close connections with a good amount of bands, and so I got about 25 different numbers and emails directly from my dad that were in the San Antonio area, and we emailed every single one of them, and we got, I believe, 18 responses back that were all very, excited, and were interested in hearing something about this, and so, obviously having to do the old flyer trick, all that stuff, and knowing that they could be performing at someone's house is a very interesting idea for them. So they understand, and they like that idea that it's different than what they're used to. So from those people, we got a lot of happy feedback. Bo's mom used to be a party planner, and so that's another, like he said, Party Patricia, party planner, someone who enjoys parties themselves. We know that they have struggles trying to find bands, whether it's for a quinceañera, a 16th birthday, maybe a wedding. It's hard, and so hearing that, they know at the same time that they want to do that as well. And so party planners themselves also really like that idea too.
So in this example, it's $1,000. Do I pay $1,200, or am I paying $1,000?
$1,000.
I'm paying $1,000. The band's losing $200.
I had the same question. So that is the going rate. I think that's what Luis was asking as well. So if I'm planning a party, that is the going rate, is I'm spending $1,000 on a band.
Well, obviously, it depends on exactly where you are, and that's the problem with all of our competition is there's never an exact price on the band themselves, and our competition, you can't actually have a direct conversation with the bands and maybe try to adjust their price or talk to them about what they want. It's more of, oh, okay, I'm in the 78209 zip code area, and then from there, the band is like, I want this much money from having to travel this far, whatever. But the reason that we like our website better than the rest is that you actually get a direct conversation with that band and with the customer, so both of y'all can figure out exactly what both need to make the perfect event.
So how do y'all not get cut out of the deal?
Excuse me?
So if you give me the band's phone number, how do I not cut you out of the transaction?
Because at the end of the day, we feel like you could do that, yes, but at the same time, how do you know that that's reliable? Just a one-on-one conversation? Yes, that is possible, and I'm not gonna tell you, go do that yourself, but we feel like our website is very trustworthy and making it easy for the band themselves. If they wanna go do that, we'll know that they had a direct conversation with that band, and if they send a number, then and they didn't book through our website, then at that point, they're not gonna be on our website anymore, and it's gonna be harder for them to find band or musicians for the person that's booking the party, and for the musicians themselves, they're not gonna have this manageristic app for themselves anymore.
I think there's a way to easily stop that, just not having communication between client and band, right? They just set their set price, and I either say yes or no. But I get to know them, a feel for them, but maybe not necessarily, I mean, maybe just close that gap a little bit.
I mean, do y'all pay so if I pay you $1,000 today, the party's Friday. Does the band get paid today? Do they get paid after the gig? Do they get 50% up front? How does that work?
They get paid 50% up front, and they get the rest of the 50% after the gig is over.
Okay, because what happens if the band doesn't show?
If the band doesn't show, then they'll notify us, and at that point, the transaction will still be on hold because we wait about, I think it's, how many hours do we want to wait until it goes through? 48 to 72 hours until it actually goes through like a Venmo. It's not an instant transfer, and so that 50% will be on hold, and that's why we like that transfer hopefully to go through about 2 to 3 days before the actual party is arrived.
Did I miss something? Did you guys even show a prototype?
No, we do not have an exact prototype right now. We do have a mock website that I created myself, but we weren't told to use money on that, and so I kind of messed with it myself and have figured it out. But at the end of the day, we haven't been able to use our money that we got from our last pitch to use on a website, so I couldn't really afford to use all that money on myself.
Just 101, business 101, you got to show a prototype. Even if it's a sketch, doesn't matter. Like, got to show a prototype.
Yeah, I think it's on there.
This is just kind of a slick one. I created this on Wix. Right here on the right is just a quick little paragraph of exactly what we do. And unlike our other competition, there's multiple questions. You have 2 questions right there, is book a band or I am a band. And from there, you fill out you sign in or you log in from there and can browse.
But did you do any testing with bands interacting with this?
Like showing them this itself? Yes, we've showed them the bash and gig salad, and that's what I did within those emails is send screenshots of both of when you sign in, not before you actually get to browse, but all the questions. I screen recorded for the 30 questions you have to answer on gig salad, and so they like the much slicker option and the obvious 2 questions over multiple.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You did the thinking on this. You already considered the features, but it's not coming through. Like it's hard to read. I would have just pointed to the exact features of what you offer.
Yes, sir.
We're getting wrapped up.
Oh yeah, we're at 13.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome to Create, the future of music.
90% of all music is made completely electronically. Let me ask you a question. How many people do you know were photographers before the iPhone was invented? Not that many, right? And most of them had these big clunky cameras that they had to haul around with them. After the iPhone was invented, anyone could be a photographer with the convenience of being right in your pocket. That's what we're doing with Create. We're creating a music market for everybody right in their pocket.
Hi, I'm Kate Flannery, the Chief Operations Officer.
I'm Graham Claiborne, Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm Keller Peavy, the Chief Financial Officer.
And I'm Thomas Labatt, the Chief Executive Officer. So I've been producing for a long time now, almost 8 years, and every single night I deal with the same problems. So I pitched these problems to my team, and I realized not only do I have these problems, but Keller does too. Seeing this, I realized that the music production industry is an industry that I could attack and create solutions for. So here's a short video that we made. It's going to kind of show market sizing, being that we're an app and we can reach so many people. It's also going to kind of show how influential music can be around the world. Pause it. There should be audio. Just 1 second. Where's Hawkins or Fields? So the music production industry is a bunch of problems. First of which is computer transferring issues. If you want to get files from your iPhone to your computer and from your computer to wherever you're selling music, or not selling music, creating music, it's super difficult and takes a bunch of time. Next is there's no beginner-friendly resources. So if you want to go create music, you have to go to websites or platforms that are super complex and have huge learning curve. And last, there's no simple place to sell. If you want to go create music and sell it, you have to go to websites that are super hard and make it very difficult to sell your music.
Create offers features to fix these problems. First of all, Create offers an in-house recording studio in our app. Second of all, it offers editing tools like AI enhancement for you to command the AI to transform your recording to anything imaginable. Next, on our website, we have an in-house e-commerce marketplace where you can buy and sell other creations. And lastly, all of this is easily transferable with Create's adaptability to any other browser or computer program. So how does this benefit you? Create allows you to create anything, anywhere, at any time without hassle. Unleash your ability to start a music, podcast, or advertising career easier than ever before.
You may be wondering who needs Create. Well, there's 3 target customers. Starting off with Beginner Bob. Beginner Bob has little to no experience and would benefit from our AI technology, allowing him to alter his music with just one simple press of a button. Then you have Mid-Level Mike. Mid-Level Mike has some experience and would benefit from our built-in in-app tutorials, guiding him around our platform and furthering his knowledge over music production. Then you have Pro-Level Parker. Pro-Level Parker has lots of experience and would benefit from our on-the-go recording software, allowing him to record anywhere and sell his sounds on our marketplace. We have 3 main competitors, starting off with GarageBand. GarageBand and BandLabs both have similar editing software to us, but lack in key features which limit you as you progress your knowledge. Then we have BeatStars. BeatStars has a similar e-commerce marketplace to us, but is very crowded and it's hard to navigate for new users.
Here is a comparison of how affordable Create is compared to the route where traditional people who create music have to spend thousands of dollars.
This is our minimum viable product for the website version. As you can see, it's very simple. All you really do on this website portion of the platform is store your music, have a place to sell your music, and transfer it to anywhere you want.
So this is the app part of the minimal viable product. So something I want to point out is the simplicity of our app. It's literally one button to start recording, unlike some other platforms that are just super complex and hard to use. So of course we have the create button. You click that to record in your audio. Right above that you have the waveform, so that's going to show you your waveform of whatever audio you record. And on the top right hand corner there are 2 lines that bring down a dashboard. So on this dashboard you have things like Enhance with AI, which is extremely important for new beginners. So if you want to go create and let's say you have a sample and you want to add or make it sound spacey, you can type into this AI prompt and be like, I want my sample to sound more spacey, and the AI will do it for you. So you don't have to learn the editing side of it. Enhance with AI also allows you to take out background sound. So any sounds in the background of your samples, it pulls right out. And then the most important on this dashboard is edit. When you click edit, it takes you to this dashboard on the right side, and it has a bunch of effects: equalizer, reverb, delay, all these effects to just make your sample sound more professional.
We got our market from the averages of all of our competitors. The average age of creators is around 18 to 24 years old, which is 47% of our market. And the 25% of our market is 24 to 35 years old. Our market size is 1 in 100 people that are interested in music. If we stick to the entire world, it would be around $150 billion. But if we just stick to the US, which is way more ideal, it would be around $1 billion.
In total, we spent $418.50. We spent $180 on our professional logo that you can see in the corner. We spent $170 on our advertising, and we spent $70 on our prototype mock-up.
We offer 3 different levels of subscriptions for Create, starting off at $8 a month. This allows you to work on up to 3 projects at once and allows you to purchase from our marketplace. Then you can upgrade to $15 a month. This upgrades your storage to up to 120 minutes of built-in storage and eliminates all ads. Then at our top tier, at $25 a month, you get unlimited storage and the ability to transform your personal page into a business page that would allow you to sell your sounds and advertise yourself across our platform.
Our per user data only costs around $15 a year to host our users on our website. And they pay us anywhere from $96, which is the $8 a month plan, to $300 a year, which is the $25 a month plan. This gives us a 90 to 97% gross profit margin. Now for our costs. It will take us around $70,000 to start up our website, but the second and third year are much more simple, and we only have to pay $30,000 to $40,000 on new user data, maintenance, and advertising. Now for our revenue model. The first year is a little bit slow, with $5,000 in the first 6 months and $25,000 in the first year, but we like to call this a J-curve with subscription services, where it exponentially grows as the subscriptions just add on top of each other and multiply and multiply. So by year 3, we get $750,000 in revenue. Our ask is $60,000, $47,000 of which is to build our website, and the rest is to advertise and buy new user data storage for our first 1,000 users.
Become a creator with us.
Ms. Hawkins, is there any way you could turn the audio on so we could play that video for them, or at this point is it just not worth it? Oh, awesome.
We'll look at it.
You guys did an awesome job. Really, really nice. Every single one of you, really well prepared. Strong presentation. Sorry, really clear communicators. Your graphics were great. Your slides were really good. As a marketing person, I think you did a great job describing the segments. Can you talk a little bit about the research that you guys did, the users you spoke to or the prospects you spoke to? You know, what kind of led you? Obviously, you did your homework, but tell me a little bit about that work that you did to talk to potential customers.
Like what led us into this idea, or just the feedback from who we talked to?
Both.
So the idea came from me because I really have been producing for a long time, and I do deal with these problems every day. Trying to get files from your iPhone to your computer, it takes forever, especially if you have an iPhone, because it's just not, Apple's not compatible with anything. And trying to sell your sounds, trying to create stuff, it's just difficult. So we wanted to create a way that users could come on and easily do it. And then the people we talked to, so I have a lot of people who produce as well, because I know a bunch of people that I work with, and they all basically have the same exact problems. So we realized that this really was a problem, not just for me and Keller, but for everyone, and that it was something that needed to be done. The feedback from, we had our MVP, or not MVP, our minimal viable product, and we showed that to, how many, I think it was 100 people. And then out of those 100 people, around 80 of them thought it was a great idea and would use it. The other, or 10 of them were like, I mean, we really don't have that problem, but it's a great idea. And the other 10 were like, I'm not with this. But overall, most people thought it was a great idea.
80%.
I sort of understand it. So I would say for someone who's technical, who's not technical at all in the least, maybe slow it down in a little bit in the beginning. This is the second time I've heard y'all. I still find myself straining to understand exactly what it is. So maybe that talking about, I got the origin story, but I wrote the problem or the opportunity, I sort of get it. So maybe just slow down a little bit in that period where you're talking about the problem and the opportunity. So you're talking about creating sound. I mean, it's something that you all do, but does it have an application to normal people? And I'll give you a good example of that. With any brand being on social media and people doing their own social media, creating a jingle, or like you said, getting rid of background noise. I loved when you tied it to everyday things that we can relate to.
Yeah, so I think it really can be aimed for people who don't make music. Having the ability to pull up background sound or add those effects, it's great for making podcasts if you don't have a professional recording studio. It's great for that. As a student, I could use it for making projects and stuff like that. So it's definitely something that can be used by people who are not in the music industry.
Sure.
Yeah, I think continuing to close the loops on those examples is really good. Y'all did a great job. You've come a long way too since your last pitch. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the technical costs. So when you're asking for your capital ask, tell me more about your research on how much storage would truly cost, and I'm sure y'all have experience with that creating music. And then how you're going to pull in that AI algorithm, because to me that's huge, especially for newer musicians that are creating. So talk to me a little bit about the technical aspects there and the costs.
So 2 terabytes of data costs around $83 a year, and that's enough data for 8 users. So that's where we got the $10 a year. And then if you go to advertising, it costs around $350 to reach 10,000 users on social media, which would work because our users are younger, like more young than normal. And then, so that adds $5 on top of the user cost per year, so it's $15. And then, what was the rest of your question?
Yeah, the AI component, how you're going to get that technology embedded into the app and how much that will cost.
So there's licenses you can purchase
Okay.
that will help you train AI, or there's a group that has a similar thing that we could also try and purchase from them.
Okay, you've done the research, so next time take credit for it.
Yes, ma'am.
The cost to create your website, you have it $70K, is that right? Or did I?
It's 60, and then the 70 is for 20,000 or 2,000 users just for the next year after that. But 60 is all we need to start up.
Go back 2 slides if you would. I think one more. There we go. So it shows $70K startup cost here. And
yes, ma'am, sorry.
Yeah, so I would explain why those two are different. If you want your ask 70 grand, just ask for 70 grand.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, judges. We are Zephyr, an innovative formal wear company bringing customization and individualism to the suit jacket for modern businessmen. I'm Calvin Gamez, Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Pfeiffer Olson, Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Anne de la Torre, Chief Technology Officer.
And I'm Jason LaCoy, the Chief Marketing Officer.
On the first dress-up day for Business Incubator, the whole class was expected to wear formal attire to school that day. That meant suit jackets and blazers. Back then, that was August, when the temperature was reaching over 100 degrees every single day. That's where we saw a problem. Pictured on the left is a suit jacket from the year 1900, and on the right, a suit jacket from the year 2024. In over 100 years of innovation, there have been next to no changes to the technology and customization of the suit jacket. That's where we found a solution. The Zephyr Blazer is the answer to that problem. We utilize a high-tech, breathable, and comfortable material suit jacket while still maintaining that traditional style. We also offer full customization of our suit jacket, from the blazer color, liner coverage, themed linings, button stitches, and the buttons themselves. With our customization feature, there are over 3,000 variants for our suit jackets.
Our customer persona. This is Stylish Sam. He is 20 years old. He is living in Austin, Texas. He is a college student studying architecture and has a good fashion sense.
Now, there is a lot of options for Stylish Sam to choose from when he wants to wear a blazer. One of our competitors would be Twillery Blazers with the Air Blazer, which is marketed as a lightweight blazer for when it's hot outside. What can differentiate us from them is Twillery offers next to no customization features on their jackets, and reviews on their website claim that they use cheap and flimsy materials and have unreliable shipping and packaging. Another more well-known competitor would be X-Suits. X-Suits is marketed as an athletic and breathable, not only blazer jacket, but also suit as itself. Another thing that still differentiates us is our customization. They offer next to no customization with a very limited range of colors, and they also have zipper pockets, which not only takes away from the style of the jacket, but also takes away from the function, making it harder to transition from putting it in to out of your pocket. Another more indirect competitor would be Joe's A's Bank. While keeping with their more traditional style, especially with their fabric type and textures of their stitching, they are trying to move more into the lightweight scene so that they can wear the jackets during the summertime. But since they still try and be traditional, the jackets still end up constricting movement heavily and being very heavy when wearing them.
Our UVP is modern fabric blend, category-leading customization, and a personalized experience. Our MVP is the Zephyr Blazer. As you can see, our CMO, Jason LaCoy, is wearing our Zephyr Blazer. That suit jacket was sourced from a company. We got the closest that we can get to what our ideal fabric blend is, and it was customized and tailored to his liking.
This is the customization feature that's going to be in our website, where you can actually change the color of the suit, the buttons, the stitching, and the lining. This is just a preview of our website that's going to be posted out, but we are planning to hire someone to make a website for us to look more professional.
Now, with all of the competition out there, there's a lot that we have to market to, and with America being as big as it is, there's a lot of people that occupy it. But we are only going for men ages 18 to 30, which according to marketing charts is 16.1% of America. That leaves us with 53.5 million people in our service and total addressable market. Now, we're not going for men everywhere. We want to target mainly people who are living in warmer climates so that they can properly utilize the jacket for what it was intended to be, not only for customization, but for comfort. And according to census, that is 38.9% of America. That will bring us with 20.8 million living in our service addressable market. And now from there, we are trying to have people who wear formal attire at least weekly, whether it be for their job or for their own personal pleasure. And according to Gallup, 32% from that 20.8 million will leave us with 6.6 million stylish Sams out there that can benefit from our Zephyr Blazer. Now, with all these stylish Sams out there, how are we going to address all of them and show them that our product exists? Well, we have 3 different marketing strategies that we plan to use. Our first and most basic one will be talking to friends and family, schoolmates, coworkers and neighbors, just to have a general popularized area so that they can spread the word to people they know, and word of mouth being one of the most trusted forms of having information. Our second one would be using our resources to have our advertisements on KSAT-12 and the newspaper so that we can have our product advertised to a larger audience. And our third, more easier one to use would be using our Instagram, not only making posts, having advertisements on there for future products, but also having influencers wear our jacket and have it marketed to their audience, but also having live videos so we can, in real time, answer questions that our customers may have about our company and jackets. This is only a few of the examples of our advertisements that we'd put not only on the newspaper, but also on advertisements for TV and our Instagram.
Over the course of this year, we have built up a strong rapport with a reputable company called Stand. Stand has agreed to manufacture our product in their headquarters factory in Thailand. Our startup costs are we need to become an LLC. On average in Texas, it costs about $300 to become an LLC, but it is a necessary expense to protect us. Our other startup cost is our website. To create a website with basic e-commerce capabilities, it costs about $2,000. That takes us to our financial timeline. In year one, that takes us to our cost of goods sold. Each jacket costs $213.55 to manufacture, and each jacket, if sold in a hanging box, will cost $20 in freight. That takes us to our financial timeline. In year one, we are projected to sell 100 jackets at $439 each. That will give us a revenue of $43,000. In year two, we are projected to sell 300 jackets. That will give us a revenue of $133,500. Year three, we go a little crazy. We are projected to sell 1,095 jackets. That might sound like a lot, but if you break it down, it's only 3 a day. That will give us a revenue of $503,700. Over the course of the 3 years, we are projected to make a net income of $333,550.
Today we are asking for $25,655 to start up our company. That breaks into 3 categories. Inventory, which is the main category, that'll be our suit jackets, $21,355. Freight, which is shipping, $2,000, and startup costs, which is $2,300. Thank you. We now open for questions.
So where do I go to get fitted for one of these?
So we're going to have the sizing on the website, and then part of the customization process is you send any tailor measurements you want, and then as you said, we sourced it from Stant, and so Stant produces the jacket in Thailand. Then they're going to send it over to America. It gets to San Antonio. Then we're going to have all the tailoring done, all the customizations done, and then we send it to you, to the customer.
Okay, well, what if I live in Florida?
Well, that's part of the shipping cost. We'd ship it from San Antonio to Florida.
Okay, so they all ship here, and then they go to the...
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the things in jacket customization or suit customization is digital measurements. There's lots of companies now that do digital measurements. Did y'all look into anything like that?
No, we didn't.
Okay. Can we feel the jacket?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, would you like me to come down?
Sure, that'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
So this jacket, we were talking to Stant, and their jackets, the full prototype that we wanted with all the lining and the material that we wanted couldn't come in time. So we decided to source this jacket from actually one of our competitors, which had a similar fabric brand to us. So this is the X-Suit jacket, but we took it to a tailor and made the customization that we want to Jason's fit and to this, the button stitches and buttons that he liked.
How does that cost compare to other, just jackets in general? Is this on the highest of high ends?
So compared to the upscale jackets like Jose Bank, this is on the lower end, but among our competitors, we're kind of right in the middle.
Okay, so did y'all, sorry, really loud. Did y'all look up a company called Not Standard?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did y'all happen to visit any of the custom suit places here in town?
We went to Sattel's. We talked to the people at Sattel's and learned more about the fabrics that they have there. That's kind of the extent of our research locally.
Y'all should look up a company called Not Standard. They do something very, very, very similar.
What's the cost? Is it cost similar?
It depends on what kind of fabric you end up with.
So I would say one of inventory is going to be a tricky number for you to get to. I don't think people mind a custom piece taking a long time, right? If I ordered a custom piece of clothing and it's an investment piece, I'm spending a couple $100s on it. I don't know, the inventory is tricky for me because you've given custom, it's a custom jacket. So there, maybe just custom, when you say inventory, maybe just in parentheses, we're gonna get a few sizes, right? Because that inventory number doesn't go very far, right? So we would like in the United States to have landed a few of our standard sizes that fit most 18 to 35-year-olds or something along those lines, just to qualify that number for the judges in the next round. I like it a lot. Anyone else?
Did you guys show any data? Sorry. Did you show any data on people wearing suits, people wearing sport coats? I don't remember that in the beginning of the presentation. You kind of went quickly.
When I was talking about the total addressable market, the Gallup, which I got the information of 32% of Americans trying to wear formal wear for whether it be business or for just wearing it around town, be about 32% of men in America. For women, aiming around 48%. That's the research that I did for there. I could try and find more information on the percentages.
So more women than men.
More women than men,
And
yes.
why don't you have a product designed for women? Or why didn't you speak to women?
It's more easier to tailor a jacket to a men for design purposes.
And we're always cold.
Additionally, the research that we did, most of the women that we talked to didn't have a problem with their current blazers. So we decided to focus our market towards men.
Okay, good answer. I mean, your marketing, you did a great job presenting your marketing. You laid that out really clearly, really nice job. I'm just curious why you picked that college student as a customer segment. It seems like, I mean, when I was in college, I was the poorest I've ever been in my life. Could never afford this. So
we're trying to market to the younger generation because a lot of people wear suit jackets. It's a common thing for people to wear. But the older generations are more willing to go with the traditional styles because they care less about the individualism and the customization. But the next generation of businessmen who are probably in college right now care more about being kind of individuals and expressing themselves with the clothing they wear.
did you validate those assumptions? Did that come from research, or was that?
Yes, sir, it did. So we spoke to some college students that are in business, that have business jobs today, and they said that they tend to go toward more like the comfort and styles of the suit jackets rather than conforming with the traditional styles.
Did you talk to older people? Because your assumption was that older people like me they're happy with their traditional cuts. Did you validate that?
We didn't look into that as much. That was kind of one of the assumptions that we had. But we can look into that and get back to you.
I would go older, yeah. I mean, you got people that are graduating. I mean, maybe you could still go young, but people that are graduating, they're the ones that are first-time job. They got to impress. They've got to dress up. They now have money because they're getting paid. Someone actually in college is not going to be able to afford this.
Great. So maybe right out of college, right? You landed your first job, and you need to invest in your wardrobe.
Yeah, but I also think you're missing something in the older audience. I think it's a mistake to go too young and miss people that can afford this, where you could actually even charge more for customization, right. Maybe even have a more premium product.
That's good. All right. Well, thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, we are Socks On, a comfortable and easier way to enjoy the game of soccer. My name is Carlo Daniel, Chief Executive Officer.
My name is Jake, Chief Financial Officer.
Shaheem Jones, Chief Operations Officer.
My name is Robbie, and I'm our Chief Marketing Officer.
Socks On became an idea because me and Robbie were both soccer players, and we always had a pet peeve of the shin guard always moving and always slipping while we're in important matches and important things to do in the field. The problem that we're trying to solve is that a lot of soccer players, especially myself and Robbie and a bunch of our teammates in the Alamo Heights soccer team, have a pet peeve of always slipping and always the shin guard moving and always getting cramps while they're playing the game that they love. Our solution to this will be adding an artificial grip sock, a long sock, that has a little bag with you can slide in your shin guard so it doesn't move, and two holes in the back with a little netting so if air comes into the sock and the calf so you don't get cramps while you're playing.
So for our customer persona, we have Carlo the Winger, who is a very skillful and entertaining player to watch, but everything he does as a soccer athlete can often take a physical toll on him. But this was before he used Socks On. Since using it, it stepped up his game to the next level, as well as reducing his cramping and had injury prevention as well.
Our competitors. Direct competition will be Pure Sock, X Pro, and True Sock. Or not that much competitive companies will be Lucky Honey and Slippy Grippy. All these companies have the same ideas as anti-slippery, and especially for our direct competitors, Pure, X, and True Sock, they're not much. They're more like a shin level type of sock, and they're always trying to up the price, and they always rip or never work after 3 or 5 tries.
So for our UVP, what we're trying to create is just a single solid colored sock with triangle-shaped rubber adhesives on the bottom. And what we're going to do is use a different blend of materials compared to our competitors, which is going to provide a very durable, washable, as well as non-wear and tearing sock with an improved lining at the top and multiple varying lengths.
The total addressable market is the amount of registered soccer players in Texas, or excuse me, America. The serviceable addressable market is the amount of registered soccer players in Texas. The serviceable obtainable market, however, is the amount of registered soccer players in San Antonio. In February, Socks On was born. In early March, we created a prototype to hand out to local soccer groups in our area. In late March, we began testing our prototype, and in April, we plan to hand out more prototypes to other local soccer groups.
As you can see here, this is what it takes to create Socks On. Here you can see the materials we use, how much it costs to obtain these materials, and how much it costs to produce these socks, and also how much we're going to sell them. We would sell these socks at $13.39 per pair, and it costs $13.39 to create a pair of socks, and we would sell them at $28 per pair. That gives us 100% revenue. As you can see in growth revenue, you can see the timeline between month 1, month 6, and 2 years. You can see how many socks we predict to sell within each month. In 1 month, we predict to sell 5 socks to people in the varsity soccer team. In 6 months, we plan to sell to organizations such as YMCA and their soccer groups. And in month 3, we plan to sell way more by partnering with athletic stores and put our product on the shelf so we can sell much more socks. Our ask is $12,000, which would be split into 4 categories. We would spend around $4,000 on just purchasing materials by itself so we can produce more socks and so we'd have a greater inventory. The next part would go into outsourcing so we can increase productivity and how long it takes to create socks by hiring other people to create the socks. And then the third part would be into storage so we can store both the materials and the socks itself that we create. And the fourth and final part would be shipping so we can effectively ship out the socks to the buyers. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
How much do your competitors sell the socks for?
So usually a group like True Socks sells their socks at like $40 per pair, and others sell around that same price range.
And then is the netting in the back to prevent cramping? I guess first of all, how did y'all come up with that? And is that a unique value proposition?
Yes, it's something that a lot of the other competitors don't worry about because they're mainly on the slipping part of it, trying to help the player not slip on the pitch. But most importantly, they create more cramp because how tight the sock is. They don't make it as loose as we're trying to do.
We want the sock to be more comfortable so they don't have to worry about like adjusting it to make it comfortable during the game.
Sorry, can y'all go back to the picture you've got of the player? Keep going. Right there. Okay, so I think the problem y'all didn't maybe explain well enough, because I know a little bit about this. Players do this to prevent cramping.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And so that's why they do it. What the advertisers don't like, what the Premier League doesn't like, what UEFA doesn't like, is seeing the holes in socks, right? So I love that there's netting right there. That's a great answer to the problem. I think y'all got to hone in on that problem is players cramp because the socks are too tight, because players' calves are larger than the socks are. And if they're too tight, they get cramping. Well, if they aren't tight enough, then the shin guards move. So I think that's what we're trying to get to, correct?
Yes.
And so the grippiness is both at the bottom of the sock and where the shin guard meets the sock. Is that what's on that's what the patch on the front of the sock is, right?
The grip is supposed to be on the bottom, just on the bottom, so it prevents slipping.
Okay, gotcha.
And the material that we used was polyester and spandex that makes it tighter and doesn't make the shin guard move as much.
Yeah, but the spandex has nylon built into it so that the spandex doesn't tear since it's supposed to be an elastic material. So it can survive more than just 3 rounds, like some of the competitors.
Something else for y'all to remember is how many pairs of socks do you go through in a season?
For that will be after 2 and 3.
I would say at least, right? If you play club, you probably go through another 4 or 5. So each player you can get using your socks would be, call it 10 per year, right? Round numbers. If you're playing on the high school team, on a club team. So when you're thinking about your financials and how many you're going to sell to, really you're trying to convert that player over to using your socks. And then, that's a recurring revenue stream. You don't necessarily need to set up a subscription, but, hey, you're going to go buy new socks before the new season or practice and everything else. So something that would be great to think about, for building on this is how many club teams are there in San Antonio, in Texas? I know Classic Elite's not far. I know just because the person who just left here, her husband is the head coach at FC Westlake. Those type numbers you could easily get to of, hey, here's how many kids we have, and if there's 1,000 kids, they need 2 pairs of socks. we can start kind of building that snowball going downhill of a whole bunch of customers.
Yeah, your projections were way too small.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So you could even ask for a little more, saying, I want to build up my inventory to hit this market right here. We want every soccer player in San Antonio and beyond to have 4 pair of socks, right? So you just need the inventory.
All right, yeah, thank you.
And I don't think you need to worry about customization, to be honest. I mean, I think, right, just building this up and building, you've got a great product, so
I
don't
think
worry.
you missed something on the product, which is compression. You didn't talk about the value of compression. I mean, right now, you watch the NBA, you watch any sports. That's what players are focused on right now, which is blood flow. And if you can get the right compression that's different at the ankle level, that's different at the calf level, it's called a 20-30. If you've got that compression level, it increases blood flow, which increases your ability to not have cramps and to sustain a long period of exercise. So I think that's a critical component that, yeah, you guys didn't really talk about. Was that in your consideration or in your thought process?
That was a part of the polyester part of the sock, because polyester does make, I've tried it in a bunch of the socks that I have. It has a bunch of polyester. That's what it does. It has like a little more compression into the sock, but it's also loose at the same time. Like, it's not that tight. And that's what the sock that we have from a prototype mainly is about.
Great job, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much for listening to us.
a big enough problem?
So we interviewed around 100 people, and I think around 55% of them said that they had this problem. Not necessarily that their flowers were damaged, but that they were fearful of it. And I guess the idea of the problem kind of stems from the fear factor of it, because flowers are something that usually involve caring intentions, and people are scared that they might get damaged. So this bag kind of offers an insurance that they will not get damaged.
And I may not be getting exactly the product benefit, or what makes it really unique and patentable, if that's a word. Is it really just the hook? Is it the hanger that allows you to place it?
Yeah, it's essentially the hook and the convenience of it being disposable and recyclable.
How many florists did you talk to?
So we spoke to around 10 in the area of San Antonio, and that's where we got the number of 20 bouquets a day and 6 days a week that are open.
And do they say that they think they could sell it?
So we haven't spoken to them directly on that because we're waiting to hear back from the manufacturer and get some more prototypes that the manufacturer made instead.
By the time you pitch again, I mean, it might be a good idea to just get feedback from them.
Yeah, even the prototype gets the idea across, and I know you didn't have that last time, so good job doing not only, one prototype, but a couple and continuing to iterate on that. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Well, and remember, you've got something here that they're going to upsell this, right? So if I go in there and this is $20 for the flower, they're going to sell this for $2.50, right? Or $3 or whatever they want to sell it for. They're going to buy it from you for $1.25, right?
$1.20, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, you don't care what they sell it for as long as it's over a certain amount. Something on this you might think about, I don't know if you can cut the bottom off so the flowers go through. That might not make it as top heavy.
So we had discussed about that, but we wanted to keep the bottom closed. That way water wouldn't spill out in your car while you're moving them.
Yeah.
That's all the questions that I had.
All right, y'all.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, up on the lights.
Good morning. We are Care Packs, an online website that allows you to customize any care package for anyone going through chemotherapy. Hi, I'm Audrey Solar, our Chief Executive Officer. I'm Violet Cedars, our Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm Hunt Conger, the Chief Operating Officer.
I'm Yul Salburu, Chief Technical Officer.
I'm Patrick Arriaga, the Chief Financial Officer.
As a result of finding out a good family friend of mine had been diagnosed with cancer last August, I immediately wanted to help, but I didn't know how. I then found that over 60% of Americans are affected with a family or friend member being diagnosed with cancer. And I knew then that they were also struggling to help. That's when we came up with Care Packs, an easy and accessible way to care for your loved ones through the hardest of times.
You might be wondering why we're PAX, P-A-X. That's because we're told that our product needed much more meaning behind it. So since we're such a personal product. So that's when we thought of Nike, the goddess of victory, and how that perfectly emulates exactly what Nike is trying to do with their brand. So that's how we found PAX, P-A-X, which is the goddess of peace, which perfectly emulates what we're trying to do here at Care Packs, trying to provide peace and comfort for anyone who's going through this really tough time in their lives. That's why we're Care Packs, a customizable chemotherapy package that provides cancer patients with anything they might need while going through chemotherapy. Our bundle includes things like fuzzy socks, warm blankets, personalized t-shirts, games, personalized cards with motivational speeches, anything a patient might need while going through this toughest time in their lives. And here on our website, here on our easy, accessible website, anyone, a family member, a friend, someone who just heard about a story and wants to help can go online and purchase one of these boxes, which is the perfect gift to help someone going through the tough battle of cancer that they're going through.
This is Cousin Carl. Cousin Carl does nothing but try to support his family any way possible. The problem is, at this point in time, his cousin that lives far away is battling cancer. While going through the worst time of her life, she needs support and love to feel like she can fight through this cancer. All of our competitors have the same goal in mind. They're trying to provide a bright spot in their people's lives.
What makes us unique is that we're completely personalized towards our patients. Our bundles have personalized t-shirts and little cards that have motivational speeches that help the patients feel like they're being loved and that they have someone there with them in this really tough battle and journey in cancer, and that they have people cheering them on and they have someone to lean on, and they just feel like they're being wanted. And then we're also completely customizable. So while most bundles in this industry have one set bundle, which what you see is what you get, our bundle is completely customizable, so people can go online, get exactly what they want or need while going through chemotherapy. Instead of having like 1 to 2 items that they might use in other bundles, they're going to use everything on our bundle because that's exactly what they're picking out and exactly what they need while going through the toughest time in their lives.
So going back to competitors, a lot of these competitors have very expensive bundles with gas station snacks in their boxes. Some range, see over here we have an Amazon package, it's $32, but it's probably the most random things in there. Do these patients need a plastic water bottle and pencils? So we decided to take our Care Packs, make it customizable, unlike these other ones with just the set bundle like Hunt said, and add some better products in there because they don't need gas station snacks in their bundles. When we were creating Care Packs, we messaged a lot of family members and we said, hey, help us. We want to make this look good. We want y'all to actually understand how this works. So we created a feedback form. So some of like Violet's family member and my family member, they have cancer or they've had cancer. And we said, what would you want in a care package like Care Packs? And what questions can we ask in these forms when giving feedback? Because we want to continue to use this form throughout our journey. And so we created questions that have like, what would you notice in patients' change in mental state after or before the Care Packs? And how old is this patient? Are you a family or friend member giving this Care Packs to that patient? And so that's what we did with the family members. And then Patrick's gonna take on market size.
Our total addressable market, the U.S. cancer relief industry, is valued around $9.5 billion. And our serviceable addressable market, the Texas cancer relief industry, is valued around $43 million. In 2023, the United States experienced a cancer population increase of around over 1.9 million people. In Texas, 140 of those 1.9 million people were diagnosed with cancer. And on average, since 2010, over 7.5 thousand people are diagnosed with cancer each year in Bexar County. The retail price of our product will range from $80 to $130. After the expenses of our COGS, which would be the box and the relief products itself, and our shipping, we'll have an average profit of $36 per bundle.
To start off to market ourselves, we created an Instagram account to gain a following, and followers are given the opportunity to click a link in our bio to help us with feedback. We also plan to reach out to other social media platforms to promote our product. In the future, we hope to partner with other cancer support communities in order to promote our product and gain a larger following.
Here's our 3-year plan. So we have many goals for our first year. We want to sell about an estimate of 10 bundles per month, which would be 120 bundles in our first year, with a revenue of $7,200. Year 2, we want to be able to qualify to buy in bulk. And then we also want to double all of those numbers from the first year. And we want to expand outside of Bexar County. We don't want to just sell to San Antonio. We want to be bigger than that. And then in year 3, we want to not only provide patients with going through chemotherapy, these boxes, we want to provide this box for anyone in any situation. And we are asking for $8,000. $1,000 going to branding, another $1,000 going to our social media, and $3,000 going to our website, and the other $3,000 to creating these packages so we can start off with our new customers. We are Care Packs, your new way to find comfort and peace. Thank you so much. Y'all are more than welcome to destroy that prototype if you want to look through it, anything.
Can you, sorry, I always have to do this because I don't write fast enough. Go back to the financial, go back a couple, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there you go. Stay right there for me for a sec. Retail price of product. So the retail price of product, that's your MSRP. But you want to sell the boxes for $80 to $100 based on which products they pick, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you source, so you narrow it down by products you know you can source, but you're not holding inventory. You're just hoping that when you purchase the product that they selected, that you'll be able, that'll still be in stock somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then year 3, you're talking about having your own kind of inventory so that you don't have to worry about those supply issues. So I think you kind of have to talk about that a little bit, just the fact that we're not asking for inventory in year 1 or 2, but we're constantly monitoring to make sure that these are products that we can source.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the revenue growth slide? What were you expecting to make by year 3?
There we go. Oop, there.
So the question was, what are you expecting to make by year 3?
That's kind of so I don't have an exact number for you all because we don't know if we will shoot up and get a bunch of sales or if we will kind of stick in that first year goal. We hope to make just obviously anything more than the first year, but we do not have an exact number because we are not sure how successful we will be.
Still need to make assumptions.
Great.
Can you go back to your revenue, how you're going to make money? You talked about subscriptions. How does that work? Like, what's the...
That one.
So our bundles will be subscription based. So like, let's say that they have to go through the first round of chemotherapy. They'll have one bundle. If they like it, they can continue the subscription. It'll come in like kind of like based on when the scheduled chemotherapy would be. So it'll just be like continuous like subscription based, and they can stop it whenever they don't want the bundles anymore.
Like a monthly box.
Yeah, it's kind of like when, like they can kind of like tailor it towards like when they're going through chemotherapy and when they actually need those bundles or when they want them.
How did you arrive at that idea?
We have the option of either a one-time purchase or the subscription, but we realize like other subscription boxes, these people don't want to have to try to remember and to go purchase that box, so we thought a subscription base would be an option people might want to use, like he said, following when you're going to go get that chemotherapy process.
Any thoughts about how, if you do that subscription process, how you're going to check in to make sure it's still needed?
Like through the website?
Yeah, just to me, there's a proactive emotional component of that, if they still need that or not. So have you thought anything about how that touch point will be to make sure that they still need that monthly box.
So they can go and cancel it? I'm sorry, can you maybe reword that question?
Yeah, that's something to think about, right? So either somebody's stopping the monthly subscription because their loved one is healed from cancer,
Yeah.
or the alternative, right? So it needs to be just a very well thought out, hands-on kind of.
I see what you're saying, like if the family member purchased it at first, started the subscription, and then that person, okay, the patient, gotcha.
Yeah, because the last thing you want is them to, see on their bank statement, oh yeah, I still have that going, right?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
Just something to consider there.
I guess along those lines, have y'all thought, what if more than one family member purchased, like what if two cousins bought the same box? Is there a way to, or does the website allow for only one box going to a patient? Does that make sense?
We have talked about making almost like a registration. We definitely plan on expanding to that in the future, but in a way that if a cancer patient would like to make things they would like personally, so family members or friends can go on there and see, oh, they want this, I'll send this to them. And it's kind of just more like what they need and want.
We can also definitely make our website to where it recognizes that address or that name for that patient, so it's not like, it can be like, error, that's already happened. So, but yeah, that is kind of a tough thing to think about.
When you say personalized, you just mean personalized, like I get to pick out the items. Me as the purchaser, I get to pick it out. But not personalized as in it has a name or anything like that.
So that's actually what we're gonna do. Like we're gonna have T-shirts or like cups that just have like the patient's name on them, so
Right.
like they feel like it's tailored towards them. So that's kind of like what we're trying to do, is make it more personal so that they feel like loved and wanted.
Before you pitch again, I might take these to an embroiderer. You can get your price point to 100% markup if it's personalized, but I'm probably not gonna pay you 2 times the amount that I could buy it myself. I would say that's a cute idea, and I would go to, the Michaels or the mall or whatever and buy those items myself. What allows you to command that price is the personalization. So I would take the time and take it to an embroiderer before you guys pitch again and have it all personalized, because that makes sense to me why you're asking me to pay twice of what I could buy it on my own.
Absolutely, thank you.
You just hit on something that I think is super compelling. Maybe I arrived late, or maybe I just didn't hear it on this idea, which is the way I interpreted what you just said was that if I'm going through cancer and I know that there's a team behind me, a group of supporters that have come together to support me, that's really powerful. What's bothering me about this a little bit is that somebody gets cancer, and then and I agree, you're trying to figure out how to, as a family member, as a friend, you want to do something, you don't know what to do. That insight is really powerful, right on. But then all of a sudden, boxes start arriving. He or she gets the same. Like after a while, you don't want the same thing over and over, or you don't want 100 boxes. Like you're done with that. What you really want is to feel a team behind you. So how people can come together to support this together and each add something to it, and then commit to buying, a certain number of these boxes. I think that's more compelling than a subscription, than individuals buying it or individuals feeling like they have to subscribe to it. So anyway, the sort of team concept, how somebody can come together, organize a group of people, support a patient, I think that's more powerful and more compelling. And you didn't go there, I don't think, or I didn't feel like you did. I think that's a stronger pitch. But I mean, you guys know the market, you know your product, you did a great job.
Great presentation skills.
You
You guys do
guys
a great job.
Showing what you're hitting on. I just think that's really compelling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. By the way, Mr. Fields, we are getting feedback a little bit in the mics. I feel it. I don't know. Can you guys feel it?
Oh, yeah.
After the break, yeah.
Okay, just want to. Yeah.
Fallon, is Fallon back there? No? Okay. Well, thank y'all, judges.
Thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you.
Really good.
Give this Mr. Fields.
Yeah, I agree. Still on.
You gotta be on the green exit. Stand in front of the screen.
Hi, we are Environmentaire, a biodegradable, sustainable air filter perfect for keeping the air circulating in your home safe and fresh.
Our story originates from when the three of us, as friends, had the opportunity to work together on something that we were all passionate about. All three of us have a deep love for the environment, the outdoors, and environmental conservation, and all three of us have experience helping our parents in the home. We all decided that re-engineering a commodity to be environmentally friendly or biodegradable would be our best option. So, engineering an air filter to be environmentally friendly and biodegradable was something that we were all passionate about and excited to work on.
Hi, I'm Macy Urban, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Caleb Browning, Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Brennan McBurney, Chief Marketing Officer.
According to the EPA, Americans dispose of about 3 billion air filters in a year. This is a huge issue because of the excessive amount of waste caused by air filters. Commonly used air filters cannot biodegrade because they contain harmful materials such as cardboard, plastic, and fiberglass. Because of this, they're one of the leading contributors to our landfills and can add an unnecessary amount of waste to our environment. Our solution is Environmentaire, an air filter composed of a reusable frame and replaceable filter made of cornstarch and structural fibers. Based on a study done by researchers at WSU, it was found that cornstarch is a great source for filtration and can degrade easily. This is because our filters contain the protein found in corn. With this, our air filters have 98 to 99% filtration efficiency and can degrade in less than 90 days. Here's some photos of our MVP.
Although there are many air filters available to today's average consumer, Environmentaire is a revolutionary new air filter that biodegrades efficiently, thoroughly filters the air in your home, and it does not include any toxic materials found in conventional air filters.
For our customer segments, we have Environmental Ethan and Air Filter Anna. Environmental Ethan is very environmentally conscientious and tries his best to live an eco-friendly lifestyle, which is why he wants to purchase our eco-friendly air filters. Air Filter Anna is a stay-at-home mom, and she tries her best to live a convenient lifestyle, which is why she wants to purchase our convenient air filters.
We're in indirect competition with K&N, 3M, and Filtrete air filters. This is because they are large companies that produce various types of air filters. We're in direct competition with Nordic Pure because they're also a biodegradable air filter. However, our product is much more effective than Nordic Pure. This is because our air filters contain the protein found in corn. With this, our air filters can degrade in less than 90 days, where other air filters, such as Nordic Pure, can take up to 50 years to decompose.
So for our market data, we got our data from 2020 because it was a census year and it has the most reliable recent data. And for our total addressable market, 207.9 million people owned homes in the United States in 2020. For our serviceable addressable market, 18.2 million people owned homes in Texas in 2020. And for our serviceable obtainable market, 3,826 people owned homes in Alamo Heights in 2020.
So for MVP, we began with the frame of our filter. Originally, we wanted to use wooden frames for our filters. However, we quickly found out that the wood frames probably would not be able to withstand the wear and tear of air filter as well as a plastic frame could. With this information, we began researching possible frames we could use that would perfectly fit our air filters, but unfortunately we could not find any on the market that would perfectly fit the size of our filters. With this information, we visited a plastic injection molding company
with our mentor and found that in the future we could possibly work with them to develop custom frames that would perfectly fit our filters. In regards to the filter, we currently have made 3 air filters. One is made of cornstarch that is buried in the soil. A second is also made of cornstarch, which is on top of the soil. And a third is made of cornstarch and potato starch, and that is also on top of the soil. Currently, these filters have only been in the soil for about a week, so we haven't seen much progress, but we do have hopes to see progress soon because these substances can take up to 2.5 weeks to fully return to the soil.
For marketing, so far we have a platform on Instagram for potential customers to follow us, as well as a platform for us to post advertisements and updates. And in the link in bio, we have a feedback survey so we can work on further improving our product.
In the future, we plan to revolutionize the sustainable product market. To uphold these ideas, we have hopes to bring Environmentaire to a subscription service. Our subscription service will be based through a website where our customers and future customers can place an order, and every 9 weeks, our own air filters will be delivered to their doorstep to replace their home air filters.
Our pricing of $40 comes from the fact that it is a very lucrative price in comparison with our competitors. Additionally, it only costs $6 to $8 to manufacture 1 unit, and labor costs in Mexican factories are considerably lower than they are in the United States. Moreover, we would like to take advantage of USMCA free trade policies and the Port of San Antonio location so that we may minimize our tax and shipping costs. With this huge profit margin, we hope to sell 12 units in month 1, and by the end of year 1, we hope to have sold 1,194 units with a total revenue of $47,160. We know that our pricing is incredibly effective, and we hope to grow from there. Here's a visual of our prediction for the next 3 years. Our costs of goods and services are displayed right here. And you may be wondering why the costs for these products are so expensive when I just told you that our cost per unit is $6 to $8. All of these products will be bought in bulk, allowing us to minimize our manufacturing costs. Additionally, we have included the cost of a plastic injection mold, as we really would like to work with that in the future, as we know that would work much better with our air filters. In order for Environmentaire to thrive, we are asking for $8,000 so that we may put that money towards designing a website based on our subscription service, as well as refining our formula by hiring a chemist to refine that formula. We would also like to purchase an injection plastic molder, as we know that would work extremely well with our product.
The sustainable product market is ever-changing, and with your help, Environmentaire can be a revolutionary product. Please join us in expanding this marketplace while also sustaining your environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Without the plastic injection mold, unfortunately it can't because it has to be inserted into your AC unit. So we do need the frames for it to work as an air filter. Yes, ma'am. The plastic injection mold? It should cost around $800 to $1,000, I think, because you would have to work with the company to create custom ones and submit our own designs. So it is, it's range. So the frame should last I'm not really sure how long the frame should last because it is plastic, but yes, you are correct. The frame will be reusable, and every single time you change out the filter insert, you just wash the frame and put in a new filter. I think it's around $45, but I do need to research that.
Between the cornstarch or the cornstarch and potato starch is the right solution to actually work as an air filter.
This has been tested many times by several universities. Columbia University did a study on this a few years ago and found cornstarch filters to be very effective.
We're relatively confident in it, but we would like to look into hiring a personal chemist to refine our
And then I think, sorry, real quick, yeah, 8K for the AHHS just feels really low to me with something that you still have to put that final product together, do a lot of testing, hire a chemist. So I would go back to those numbers because to me, if this could revolutionize the industry, especially the fact, I mean, I loved your stats. Y'all did a great job presenting that, you know, Nordic pures can take potentially 50 years to degrade, right? Where yours is much less than that. So to me, 8K is dismal for the impact that you could make on the environment. So, I mean, don't be afraid to swing big to get it right. Sorry, Luis.
No, that's a great point. I was a little confused by the subscription. You said every 9 weeks it gets shipped to a store?
To your home.
To your door.
To your door. Sorry.
To your door.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I heard store. Sorry. And why 9 weeks? It seems like I don't change my filter that often.
So before we actually came up with this product, we did a lot of researching on how often people do replace their air filters. And it turns out that I think it was, I can't remember the exact statistic, but a lot of Americans tend to replace the air filters much later than they probably should. So 9 weeks is the ideal amount of time you should take to replace your air filters.
You're going to need to do some educating on that. So you might want to talk about that in your marketing, because that'll help you on sales.
How
But
much
nice
more,
job.
how much more expensive is it than, how much more expensive is it than a regular filter I buy at the grocery store?
Like I said before, a conventional air filter costs about $50. For like a set of 3, we come in a set of 3 as well.
Oh, yours is a set of 3.
Yeah, yes ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Me neither. Yep, so just make sure you state that.
Yeah, so I'm essentially paying the same amount of money that I would at HEB to grab the 3 filters.
Yes.
And there's the added benefit that it's good for the environment.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Start with that.
Okay.
So, we need to talk offline, but y'all are really, really close because I know I know a whole lot about the space. There's a company in Austin that has done, 60 years ago, they took pleats and they used metal frames. So they put the media into metal frames all over the state and actually all over the U.S. So y'all are really, really close on your thought process of recreating or getting rid of the cardboard aspect that are in the pleats here. So we need to talk offline. But y'all are really close. Great presentation. Service model, delivering to the home is perfect. Everyone needs to be changing the air filters out more often. And so really, really good job, guys.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Clickers in my hand, clickers in my hand.
Hi, I'm Jade Gergrick, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Trad Embry, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer, Financial Officer.
Hi, I'm Robert Mickler. I'm the Chief Technical Officer.
And I'm Reed Sandage. I'm the Chief Operating Officer. So, as you can see, I have very fair-skinned, and it's been a problem for me my whole life. I want to go out, have fun in the sun outside, particularly on kayaks, and I come back, find myself with horrible sunburns all down my back, shoulders, ears, face, and neck. I'm left with pain and discomfort for potentially weeks, and not to mention the peeling. And of course, causes my mom to get upset, and obviously, so we're trying to target skin cancer, sun damage, and sunburns.
So our solution is a kayak shade cover that is used Oxford fabric that is 95% UV resistant, and there will be slits to essentially take away from it turning into a sail.
We have three main company competitors. First, we have Adventure Canopies, which is priced from $150 to $220. Then we have Adirondack Canopies, which is priced from $90 to $140. Last, we have Seagull Canopies, which is priced from $220 to $270. Shadiac will be priced at $85.
So our competition is all about heat blocking. We use Oxford fabric to eliminate sun blocking rather than heat blocking, and ours requires no power tools to install compared to all of our competition.
So yeah, here at Shadiac, we have two main customer personas we're trying to target here. One of them is Adventuring Albert. He's the guy that's always out kayaking with his friends at kayak-related events, doing all types of just kayaking-related activities, right? And he really helped evangelize our product and spread it into, bring it to these kayak-related events, as I was saying. Next person we have is Motherly Meredith. Much like my own mother, she'd be buying it for her kids. You know, like, and her and her son have a big thing where he doesn't want to wear the sunscreen, and she finds it annoying to put it on, and this would be an easy solve for that.
We are unique from our competitors because we use a suction cup technology that easily attaches onto any kayak and without using any power tools, and we use the mesh to eliminate it to become a sail.
So what our product is a shade which can reduce the risk of sunburn up to 75% and make the temperature feel 10 to 15 degrees cooler. So what we've done so far is we've purchased one of our competitors' product and we've created our own prototype. We still need to find people to test our product, but you can see our prototype there.
So what we found through our research is that there's around 13 million recreational kayakers throughout the United States. And we found that around 600,000 of those are in the Texas Triangle between San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston. And then around 170,000 of those are in the San Antonio and Austin area, which those are the ones we are planning to focus our target market on. And in the first year, we're projecting to sell our product for $85, and we're planning to sell 60 units for a total of $5,100. And in the second year, we're planning to double the sales and sell 120 units for a total of $10,200. And in the year three, we plan to sell $15,200 and 180 units.
Yeah, so this is our product cost breakdown. We think it's going to cost around $55 between the poles, fabric, suction cups. This cost is kind of subject to change as we find more efficient vendors who can sell these things for cheaper.
So we interviewed 100 people, and out of those 100, 60% had been sunburned before while kayaking. 47% of those who had been sunburned would use our product, and only 13% would use it, depending on ease of use and convenience.
Yeah, so we're asking for $8,500. I think that's going to cover our materials, the manufacturing and shipping to the United States. And obviously our marketing, we think it's going to cost around $100 to find sales here in the United States.
So
keep your son
off your bag with Shadiac.
Sorry, did I catch, is the price per unit going to be $85 a unit?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay, and your costs are going to be $55?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where are you going to sell them again?
So we're planning to start off on online sales and then work our way into brick and mortar stores like Academy and smaller stores like Tackle Box and Sunset Ridge.
Okay. There's not a lot of gross margin there to play with, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you're selling them in Academy, you're already going to be losing money.
Yeah, I think that's something to think about. You know, do you just sell direct to consumer instead? And if so, you need to greatly beef up those marketing dollars. I mean, $100 for marketing isn't much at all, so you could definitely get away with asking for a lot more. And then, like I said, stick to that direct to consumer focus.
Have you tested your prototype?
So I messed around with it in my backyard, and we're planning to take it down to the coast and test with it down there. And just from what I found in my backyard is that it's stable on its own, and we'll need to see how it holds up in wind.
How come you actually haven't tested it yet?
We haven't found a time that works for all of us, and we're.
So actually, we had a little mishap when we were ordering our materials, so it kind of took a minute to build our prototype. So we just haven't had time from when we finished it very recently until now.
I mean, y'all just go out to Virgin.
Yeah.
It's real close, costs you $15 for the car review, and just take it out on Thursday before you catch it.
Like this weekend?
Yeah, as soon as possible. I would think too on a variety of different equipment, because I'm super curious how the suction cup will work with the water and then against different type of materials. So like even in the backyard, right, borrowing different equipments, using the water hose, seeing, and then of course taking it to the water and seeing how to make sure it doesn't sail like y'all used in your UVP.
So if I could comment on that.
Yeah, please.
With similar products, so like with similar technology to the suction cups we're using, like Tread, do you think you'd talk about the sea suckers that use down on the coast?
So those suction cups, we found they hold around like 50 pounds of force. So as long as the wind's not blowing too much, it should be enough to hold it.
Okay, perfect. I am curious with the different types of materials, so that might just be a good idea to double check. Thank you, guys.
With the mic, you want to practice holding that mic. I forgot your name, I'm sorry.
My name's,
Yeah.
you talking to me?
Yes. You talk a lot in the beginning, and here I am somehow.
Yeah.
Really like this. But you want to practice it in your presentation and holding the mic because your mic's down around your face.
Okay.
Yeah, but you guys do great.
Anything else?
I like that you guys match.
Yeah, you look very sharp.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Don't turn them off.
Thank you. Jack. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I don't get one.
All right, above the box. Above this box. Above on the box or above, so I can get you in the camera shot. All right.
Wait, what?
You just gotta hand it to me.
Okay.
Restaurants all around the U.S. fail to maintain the cleanliness of their high chairs, leaving them to be dirtier than toilet seats. Well, we're here to change that with EcoCover.
Meet our team. I'm Ava Carnahan, the Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Brent Birdwell, the Chief Technical Officer.
I'm Hayden Grant, the Chief Operations Officer.
I'm Nicholas Cox, the Chief Financial Officer.
And I'm Jack Gregson, the Chief Marketing Officer.
The problem that we are trying to solve is that restaurant high chairs are disgusting, and most people are desensitized on how truly nasty they are. Because of all the food that gets put on these high chairs and they aren't cleaned very well, germ buildup happens and it can cause your little one to get sick. Also, normal plastic high chair covers add lots of waste to our landfills.
Our solution, a biodegradable high chair cover. We would like to sell at farmers markets, on our website, local stores, and restaurants.
Biodegradable Barbara is a young mom ranging between 26 and 30 years old. She is concerned because oftentimes when she goes out to eat, her children come home with some sort of illness. And this could very likely be from restaurant high chairs. Another one of her concerns is that she is tired of unnecessary waste building up in the landfill. So she is ready for a change.
The main competition in our market today is JL Childress and Oops a Baby. These two products are very similar to ours, being a plastic high chair cover. Although JL Childress is the leading product in our market, they are not a perfect product. Through our research, we have seen, through reviews, we have seen that there are many complaints that they're not one size fits all. And we're trying to change that. We are designing our product to be a one size fits all for any type of high chair that you could encounter. Our product will be biodegradable, only taking 6 months to biodegrade in the environment, opposed to JL Childress and Oops a Baby, which will both take roughly 500 years to biodegrade in the environment. Our product is quick and easy, and we'll be selling in packs of 10s, intended for a mother to be able to keep it in her purse.
Our market size. Our total addressable market is 9.2 million families, which are the number of families in Texas who have children between the ages of 3 and 5. Our serviceable addressable market is 3.4 million families, which is the number of families in Texas who eat out 3 to 5 times a week. Our serviceable obtainable market is 1 million families, which is the number of families we believe we can reach in 1 year.
Our UVP is that we are made out of bioplastics, which is essentially a biodegradable plastic, and we will have a biodegradable elastic inside of it that will allow it to stretch and fit over any high chair with ease, being a one-size-fits-all, unlike our competition.
How we got here. So, as you can see in January, we received our $275 grant. We used that money to start making our prototype. We made changes to our prototype because it had broken, and we used that to think, and we improved our product to the prototype that you see today.
Costs. Our main costs of goods sold are our product, which costs us $1.57 to make, and our packaging, which costs us $2 each. There will be 10 products in each package, totaling us $17.69. We will be selling these at $24 per package, which gives us a 20% profit margin. Our other costs are our website domain, which will cost us $22, and our social media ads, which will be run on Facebook and Instagram, costing us $934.
Join us and have a happy baby and a happy earth with EcoCover. The costs?
One of the questions I had for you guys, good job, by the way, and I know you've done a lot of work since we last met, but on the high chairs, out in restaurants today, did you find any studies or have you tested the bacteria levels? Because I think that would be really powerful.
Yes, we did test them, and on, I think it's our second slide, it shows the Petri dishes that we went to different restaurants, and it has the bacteria that grew.
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry.
I wrote that at the time too, that how do you know that it's a problem? So you might want to just add it in your script that we tested it, and this is a picture of the bacteria.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to take credit for that. I mean, that could almost be a slide in of itself is just the picture, because that's powerful. If you can invoke emotions, that invokes sales. So that always carries through. I feel like in your ask, you're not asking for enough funds. So are you only asking for money for the domain and social?
We were asking for the domain and social and also for the products.
Okay.
So,
I must have missed that, sorry.
I would work on your ask slide a little bit more, because when we went back to it, it's clear to the $900 is clear to me. I guess, is it the prototype that is right above it, right? So this $17, surely you're not asking for $17.69, right?
no, we were, that is just the price of one of our products to us.
So yeah, down in your startup costs, because your MVP needs a lot of work, right? So to get to a product that I can see, feel, touch, I understand what you're talking about, that needs a lot of work, and so I would add that here to your startup costs, right? Because right now it's concept, so I'm paying for a website for a product I haven't yet even been able to put in mom's hands to say, you take these out to the restaurants this weekend, tell me what it felt like. I would love for you to, between now and then, test it and make sure that it does go over those high chairs like you said that it was going to. And you also say you're going to get to 1 million people. It's going to cost a lot more to get to 1 million moms, right, than the $956. So have those two things match. And I also talked a little bit about it. So your segmentation, it is moms, but you're asking also for moms that care about the environment. So just make sure that when you talk about that mom who would buy this, she also has to care about the biodegradable piece of it, or else she's just going to buy from JL Childers, right? I really like the intro. It was great.
Yeah, agree.
So would you say the biodegradable and fits all, all sizes, whatever, those are the two really compelling aspects of your product? Or those are the two most important things that differentiate you?
Yes.
So there's no competition right now that has a biodegradable plastic cover that fits all high chairs?
No, the number one complaint on all the other ones was that it doesn't fit all.
Did you try them, or did you talk to people that have used them, or you just read reviews? Just curious.
Yeah, we bought them and tested them at different restaurants.
And have you fixed it? Not yet. You know that it's a problem, but your prototype hasn't fixed it yet. You just know that it wants to. Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So ask for that, then I would say we want to fix this problem and we don't yet have it, but we know in order to be who we say we're going to be, we need a prototype that people can try.
Sounds like you've done a little more work than what you
Agreed.
talked about in your presentation. So,
Make sure you get credit
yeah,
for it.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, because if there truly isn't a competitor on the market with a biodegradable cover, like you have something, and you've done the work, so get the credit. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheese, no burger, ham, no sandwich. Well, you know, we discussed that at a time where it's more convenient. Where's y'all bands?
What?
Y'all turn them off?
I don't think so. I don't know how. Thanks.
No, thank you. When the last worker here? Me and the car. I think when you're. You lied to Tom? Spin scan? Spin scan, excuse me. The other clicker? Good luck. What's up? No, I'm not. You're gonna pass.
We're right here. You have one?
No.
You pass it Everett. Yeah, you start. You pass it Everett. Then you get it back and you keep it. Yeah.
Remember, take right angle.
Right angle. I need to give Birdie like peanut butter common. You know what I'm talking about? That common peanut butter for dogs.
Eating outside, we're being sworn. Selling customers for selling the garden grapes. In your free time, you got your flowers, vegetables. In your free time, flowers and
It's just distracting when you're getting up.
No. You gotta do like the anime one. No. Oh, like the hatching I'm talking about. It's like. I did. This is me shaved.
You're lying to me.
I shaved. You just shaved. Yes. Shaved last night. No.
I put that's the slide that you're talking about.
But don't move your body.
I put the slides out of order.
If you're out of order, man, we just have to keep plugging it on.
Well, I know, but you just need to make sure.
I talk after.
Do we have a clicker?
No, I talk after.
Do we have a clicker or we? Yes.
The unique value proposition is that we keep the bees away naturally, ensure safety and the scientific of our product comes from two separate studies. First, according to the National Institute citronella, lemongrass, and peppermint all naturally repel bees and have been proven to do so for over 10 years. Did you know that 1 in every 6 bees
selling to retail stores, restaurants, and recs in the area.
Our first, we have our personal spray, which is in front of you, which is the spray. And spray is made of citronella and peppermint. It's perfect to spray your kids on any go on. Next, we have our industrial spray. And this spray is also made with our blend of
Our market size for our personal spray start just over 31 million families in Texas. $12 will be sold 12 times a year, once a month. There is just over 500,000 families. Frequency of purchase would be around 6.5 million units. Lastly, in the Alamo Heights area, there's just under 3,000 families, meaning the frequency would be around 35,000 units, revenuing over $400,000. In the San Antonio area, revenue around 5,000.
For our personal spray, it costs $1.40 for packaging. It's 75 cents in oils for each of our personal sprays, and it's 60 cents for our label. Our manufacturing price is $2.81, and our final price is $11.99, which is around a price of $16.20. That's around an 80% mark. I found out that our personal spray has over 150 sprays in it, while our industrial spray has just over 400. Sunset Ridge, leaving other trash cans near the spray. With the migrating the trash cans that we sprayed, other not sprayed. We thought it was a coincidence, so we kept testing over 3 to 5 weeks, 3 of these locations, and noticed that it was not a coincidence. Every single time,
smelling, easy to use, and made it feel like their kids were safe when going outside. In one case, I was babysitting to Babysit Weekly, Hallie and Fielding, and they really wanted to go to the Landa Park. So I took them to the park, and I sprayed on the personal spray, and a few hours later, they saw one of their friends get stung by a bee. But they were scared because they were using our buzz spray. We are $6. The first $4,000 would go towards marketing, which we would do through Facebook ads and our industrial spray.
You guys did a great job. bit about your journey on product. Like, what was that? Did you get a little bit of feedback? But I'm just curious what your sort of research and iteration of product development was.
So originally, we were looking obviously for a natural way to repel the bees, and we found studies and more studies saying that citronella, lemongrass, and have all repel bees secret for a really long time. Once we found that out, we went into the development of our. We tested a few different ratios until we found the one that's in our prototypes now, and then once we got down, we let other people test it as well.
No, there's no natural solution on the market other than the ones that you showed.
So there are other natural solutions to this, but a lot of the other natural solutions all have it added. We were trying to keep it as possible. We believe that there are others marketed out there, but I market ours better. And again, the other additives.
Go ahead and do a head nod to those because for the judges could kind of thinking through that. So just take credit for the research that you've done. If you don't have as much added, the shelf life that the product has.
So the essential
spray, we also add a bit of water, a bit of the smell, but it doesn't affect.
What does it do with mosquitoes? Have you tried that at all?
So actually, citronella is also known to repel mosquitoes. So it's a perfect solution for the reason we're more focused on bee stings. However, is just because of the story that we have, and also because Heights, there's a big issue with bees swarming all over the trash cans. That does repel mosquitoes as well.
So I really, really like the story. I like where your thought process is because I live with the bees literally every single day. I would continue the process a little more because I don't see myself buying kind of. I don't know if I'm going to buy. Where would I? And so I was a little concerned. I don't remember there would be some difference in margin there, and so is it before you end. But stay with the. Hey, you're at the baseball game. You don't have XYZ. You don't have an EpiPen for someone who gets a bee sting. That's your story, and I felt like you kind of went away from that story there at the end. Great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mic check, mic check. Okay. Who's holding who? Ms. Hawkins? Are they going to do the slides from back there? You're going to have to signal like a pump or something for your next slide. Yeah, they're all good. All the green lines.
Shooting clay pigeons has been an activity that I've enjoyed for as long as I can remember. But as a day of fun, it turns into a torment of labor as I'm tasked with picking up every single clay shard after I'm done shooting, which is why we made Skeet, a company producing clay pigeons entirely out of natural materials. My name is Jack Seitzma. I'm the Chief Executive Officer.
My name is Drake Rowland. I'm the Chief Operations Officer.
I'm Louis Lamb, the Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Bryson Owens, the Chief Technology Officer.
The Public Report of Medicine states that soil surrounding trap shooting ranges contains a pH of 3, which is classified as extremely acidic. This is due to coal tar pitch and the limestone found in traditional clay pigeons. This is extremely toxic to vegetation and groundwater in your land and can produce many harmful.
That's what we made Skeet. As you can see in our prototype, it is made completely out of grain, corn, and soybeans. It effectively biodegrades into the ground easily and clearly. It also can be eaten by all your animal friends on your ranch. It is not a permanent solution to feeding your animals, but it biodegrades safely and easily into the ground and can be eaten and congested by all animals.
So what we've done is we've talked to Lissy and Eckel, a feed store company, which has helped us produce our clay pigeons the most consistent way possible. We talked to their chemists, and they taught us that we should use a combination of urea formaldehyde and hydrated lime to bind our clay pigeons to make sure that they are strong enough.
Trap shooting Travis is a 30 to 65-year-old man who lives on his ranch right outside the city. What he loves to do on his free time is shoot skeet with his friends and family, but what he hates doing is going out there and picking up all the broken clay pieces after he's done. So that's why he uses skeet.
Our main competition is white flour and eco clays. Eco clays has a clay pigeon that is biodegradable, but it biodegrades in over a year and still leaves some remains. White flour also has a biodegradable clay pigeon, and it biodegrades in about a year and also harms animals that have eaten it.
Skeet clay pigeons are not a replacement for traditional cattle feed, but they contain no chemicals, which makes it to where if any animal happens to eat them, they're completely edible and will not harm them.
Our total addressable market is approximately 5 million skeet shooters in the U.S. Our serviceable addressable market is approximately 500,000 people in Texas, and our service obtainable market is approximately 30,000 people in San Antonio. I got these numbers with the Stata publishment, and I got the population of the U.S. and the population of the skeet shooters in the U.S., and got the percentage difference and applied it to the population of Texas and San Antonio. The market for eco clays such as ours is only growing, and the price is getting larger.
An in-depth look of our markets. As you can see highlighted in the light shade of green, that is where rangeland and ranches are found from either 60 acres all the way to thousands of acres. Landowners on these areas of land will usually have trap shooting ranges and would find our product useful.
It costs us $15 to make one box or with 60 skeet in them, and we're gonna sell them for $25, giving us a $10 revenue, and our yearly revenue is gonna be, for year one, gonna be $7,000 for 300 boxes, $11,000 for year two, for 450 boxes, and year three is gonna be $17,000 for 700 boxes.
For our marketing, we have shirts, hats, cups, stickers, and other stuff listed on our website. We also have our company listed on like Facebook and Instagram and other social media to get our word out. Our product is made of corn and soybean and is binded by a material which will ensure the longevity and structure of your trap shooting target.
What we've done so far is we've made a prototype, which you can see in the box over there. We have made a full functioning website, and we have talked to a steel mill, which will produce 64 molds for us made out of steel so we can make our product faster and cleaner.
So for our ask, we're asking for an estimated 14 grand. The largest bulk would be 7 grand for our molds, as we were quoted $7,000 for 64 molds, as they're really expensive. The other larger bulk, which would be 5 grand, is for tools and supplies to make sure that we can consistently make our clay pigeons. You wouldn't throw trash in your field or pond, so use skeet.
Has anyone, like, shot it? What do you do? Launch it? Shoot it?
We've tested 3 of them, and they've all flown. The other 4 broke.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So what are your next steps with that?
So our next step is really going to be using our steel molds that are going to be custom machined. As you can see, they're not really shaped like a regular clay pigeon, but once we get the molding process down and like the correct formula, everything will stick together perfectly.
And then it'll work inside of any regular standard machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm not super familiar with machine, but so how many are your blocks generally, and also how many does one use on a regular element?
So on average, people would use about 3 boxes if for maybe a short amount of time. It really depends on how many people and how long you're wanting to go for, but 3 boxes is usually the standard. And then, what was your other question? Sorry.
How many are in a box?
We're planning on putting 60 to 90 in a box.
And that's pretty standard.
For your 14K, how many do you make?
What?
What is that 14K gonna buy?
The 14,000, 7 grand is going to be for our molds, as we want to make them out of steel alloy, which can withstand 500-degree temperatures and not warp. And then the other 5,000 is going to be towards tools and making sure that we have safety equipment, as we're going to use furnaces to build these. And we just need to make sure that we're safe and have everything that we can use to make sure our process is viable.
In that 14K, is there materials to make?
How many do you anticipate being able to make?
Um,
So if I give you 14,000, how many units would you
we could probably make 2,000 units with our 14,000, as cattle feed costs about $10, which we're not using it out of cattle feed anymore. We're using corn and soybean, which is far cheaper when bought in bulk.
Because of the materials, is there a shelf life issue where it could degrade over time?
That was an original concern, but we found with the chemists, when they use the urea formaldehyde and hydrated lime mixture, it completely eliminates the factor of humidity getting into the clay pigeons, so they'll stay on the shelves for a while.
And their density wouldn't change?
No, ma'am.
Before you pitch again, can you find out approximately how many are sold? When you talked about your marketing, you made assumptions based on how many people are skeet shooters. If y'all, I would work on that a little bit. You can look up some numbers. You can reach out to me and I can run some numbers even on Amazon and tell you how many are sold on Amazon. I think having real numbers of what your competition sells, how many units, should be easy for you to extrapolate. So that way you don't have to use how many skeet shooters are there, but these are how many units are sold.
I mean, did y'all happen to go to the gun club there across the street?
I do. I go there mostly during like the summer and the spring, and I skeet shoot.
Did y'all ask anyone? I mean, I bet they go through, I would assume, thousands or tens of thousands of boxes a year.
Well, we're not targeting commercial areas. We're mostly targeting private landowners for private use. Because the commercial places, they don't need their skeet to dissolve into the land, so they most likely would not use our product.
Right, but you'd at least get some numbers on how many boxes they're going through to have an idea of what the total market's going to be. Because I think y'all are way low, like way low. Like there's a lot more people out there. There's a lot more ranches. I mean, in 300 boxes a year, I mean, to some extent, that's like half a ranch to some places, right? So, I mean, I think y'all are way on the low side.
And I would maybe work with the network to find out, those who have ranches that do this, just find out how many boxes of skeet you buy in a year. I think you'll get to that number, and it's a lot, we all believe it's a lot more than you have in your financials. So you're way on the conservative side when it comes to monetary opportunity. You guys did a great job.
Yeah, agreed.
Good job,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One day, me and my dad decided to go out to our ranch and shoot skeet. So we did. And after hours shooting skeet, we realized our field was covered in an orange mess. and it really made us frustrated and angry. So our group came up with Sustainable Skeet.
We are Sustainable Skeet, a biodegradable and eco-friendly skeet making business that completely gets rid of the eyesore in skeet shooting and nourishes the environment. I'm Aiden Stokes, the Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Gunnar Jones, the Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Walker Warnicki, the Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm Riley Minger, the Chief Technology Officer.
Clay skeet create a mess, causing your land to look bad. Afterwards, these skeet leave dead patches on your grass, ruining the environment and making your land look even worse.
Our solution is that unlike most other skeet companies who use toxic ingredients in their product like talc and crude oil, we are 100% natural and we will leave your grass looking beautiful and nourished. This is Rancher Rick. He owns skeet property and he loves shooting skeet. But more than that, he loves his land, and he's tired of it being ruined by clutters of skeet piling on his grass and leaving it with dead patches and making it look ugly.
So our competition is White Flyers. They are a clay-based skeet company that just came out with a new skeet called EcoFlyer. It is a biodegradable skeet that takes 3 months to biodegrade and is non-toxic to rodents, minnows, earthworms, and some plants, but is still toxic to many other plants and animals.
What makes our product unique is that it's made of only natural ingredients like water, gypsum, and fertilizers.
So for our market opportunities, we learned that 4.72 million people shoot skeet in America every year. 425,000 people shoot skeet in Texas every year, and 20,997 people shoot skeet in San Antonio every year. The way that we got these numbers is by taking the amount of people who shoot skeet in America every year, which was online, and we divided that by the amount of people who live in Texas, and divided that by the amount of people who live in San Antonio.
So we will sell our boxes for $45, and it will cost $35 to make the skeet, while it costs $5 to box it, and we will have a profit of $6 per box sold.
For a box of clay, we need a 5-pound bag of gypsum, which costs $18, a 5-pound bag of fertilizer that costs $16, and the water we use in it is free. This brings us to a total of $34.
So for our 3-year plan, we believe that we can sell 20 units for a profit of $900. The way that we are going to make these profits is by selling locally at a store on Austin Highway called Ranger Firearms. The way we'll be doing this is we have connections to that store as Wiley. His dad is great friends with the owner of that store. This store is perfect for selling our product because they focus on hunting equipment and materials, which is, right in our repertoire. For our 2nd year, we plan on selling 50 units for a profit of $2,250. At this point, we will be spreading our name more and still be focusing more on local sales, but also spreading more online and working on our website. And in our 3rd year, we believe we can sell 100 units for a total of $4,500. And at this point, we will be spreading our name around using our marketing, like memorabilia and online advertisements. And our website will be finalized and we will be able to sell at the national level. So we are asking for $6,500. With that money, we will be using $4,030 on our manufacturing. This is key to our product because each unit of our skeet is 90 skeet. So that's a lot of material, and we won't be able to make those on our own, so we're going to have to hire a separate manufacturer to make these for us. We also need a new custom mold for our specific business, because when you look for molds online, they're all copyrighted with other businesses, and they don't fit the exact needs we need for our mold, like they don't press in the right way. We'll be asking for $1,230 for our advertising. With this, we will be formulating our website and also making memorabilia so that we can sell that and get our name out there. And we'll be using $1,300 on our materials. Our materials aren't as expensive because most of them are raw materials that you can just get from the environment, which is how they biodegrade so easily. So join the eco-revolution of shooting sports with sustainable ski.
Good job, guys. Thank you. Can you talk to us a little bit more about your MVP and testing process?
So for our testing process, the way we were making our product was we got our materials and the prototypes were working. We know the mixture of materials that we need, but the problem is the molds just weren't the right type of molds that we needed. So the skeet just didn't come out like as we wanted perfectly, which is why we need to get a custom mold. And with our testing, we know that the skeets that we've made are hard enough to fly, but they just don't fit the shape for the machines. So we need to get that the right type of molds for that.
Have you shot this guy yet?
No, sir.
You're more of the finance person. I'm having a little bit of a disconnect with a business that's going to make $4,500 in 3 years, and you're asking for $6,500 to start with. Like, it doesn't feel like an investable business right now, and I wonder if your assumptions are too low, similar to, I think, the previous team. I think are your assumptions too low? There was a little bit of a disconnect between you talking about the addressable market, all people in San Antonio, I think it was. It didn't feel like a concrete assumption on which to base your business. So what research did you do? What's your analysis in terms of what you think the potential of the business is?
So we know that the skeet business is very marketable and it can make a lot of money because so many people do it, especially here. With our assumptions, I mean, they could be higher, but the way we did it was kind of based off of just how we thought people would react to seeing it, just because it's a new thing. But, I mean...
I'm sure in the first year or two, if we were to get an investment, our goal would be to really try to get our product out there in the name. So I believe that in the first year or so, our numbers will be a lot different to where further down the line they could increase.
I would think if you ask for it, and even if you're assuming that y'all would not have the time to do it, you've already talked about outsourcing the manufacturing, which is smart. I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't say in year 2 and year 3 that you would be outsourcing, all pieces of it, and therefore it could grow exponentially. You're not talking about having to hand manufacture these, so I think your assumptions, you could go back and, 100 units after 3 years of marketing it, that's probably, just a couple of ranches, and that's probably just, that's literally just selling to friends and family, and hopefully by year 3, you've moved beyond friends and family. So maybe just think about that slide a little bit more.
Yes, ma'am.
You're leaving a lot of the market unserved.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Oh, and remember, if you're going to sell it through Ranger, Ranger's not going to buy it for what you sell it for, right? They're going to buy it for 50% of that so they can make money. So you've got to really look at that part or talk about the process of selling it to someone who's going to sell it for you.
Yes, sir.
All good?
All right. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
I really wish I could get a 3D image of this water bottle. It very similarly relates to a gas tank of a rocket that I could use in my rocketry class.
Actually, you can with those new 3D scanners. They take a 3D object, like your water bottle, and convert it to a 3D file that can be used on your computer.
Well, how much does the average 3D scanner cost?
They range. Typically, for a low-end 3D scanner, you could get one for about $300, but for a really good one, $10,000.
Oh, that's way out of my price range. I'll never be able to afford one of those.
Hi, we're SpinScan, a more accessible 3D scanner that uses a simple turntable and an app on your iPhone to allow 3D printing hobbyists to innovate without bounds. I'm Carter Mayfield, your Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Bennett Johnson, Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm Daniel Corso, Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Kingston Kennan, the Chief Operating Officer.
I'm Jackson Cummings, the Chief Technical Officer.
So a lot of y'all in the audience are probably wondering, what exactly is a 3D scanner? If you take a look at the image on the left, that's a 2D scanner. You can typically find these on top of your printer. They take a piece of paper with some sort of 2D format, such as text or an image, and convert it to a 2D file, image file, such as a PDF or PNG. Likewise, on the right, that's a 3D scanner. It takes a 3D object, like Kingston's water bottle, and converts it to a 3D file, like a .stl or .obj.
Some problems that we aim to solve with SpinScan is that 3D scanners are way too expensive, ranging from anywhere from $300 to $10,000. And we are going to make a more accessible 3D scanner with SpinScan. And for our second problem, that lower priced 3D scanners have bearably low quality, making it almost impossible to scan an object accurately. And we aim to make a lower priced 3D scanner with a more accurate scan. And for our third problem is that 3D scanners are way too complex to use. And we aim to make a more user-friendly environment with our SpinScanner.
So our solution in terms of hardware consists of a PLA filament shell for our turntable that can be 3D printed. On the inside of this plastic shell, you'll find a circuit board connected to a motor to spin the platform around, and then this motor will be controlled by our mobile app.
Our first-gen solution will consist of our SpinScan turntable. We will then pair that with a third-party mobile app. Polycam, for example, has a monthly subscription of $8. We will then pair the two to create the compressed .stl 3D file, which can be used for animation, education, and of course 3D printing.
So once we are able to create our app, it's going to be called SpinScan. SpinScan will use a combination of LiDAR technology and photogrammetry to create an accurate 3D file. We will be able to pair this with our turntable to give a highly accurate 3D file, which can be used for a variety of things.
The 3D sector is continuing to expand. In fact, the sector is expected to grow by over 300% in the next 10 years. This is due to the versatility of the market. It can be used by educators, hobbyists, and industry. This is why 3D scanning is the ticket to the future.
Our typical customer consists of your average 3D printing hobbyist. We call him 3D Mayfield. He is a 17-year-old student who is very familiar with the 3D printing industry. He tends to tinker in CAD, which is an app that allows users to create 3D prototypes and refine designs. Our next biggest customer is Principal Perry. He is a 60-year-old principal at a high school. He was in search of new technology to allow his students to gain access to the growing 3D printing industry.
Our most direct competitor is Shining 3D with their turntable model. The issue with this is that it's typically prices around $3,000. This is just too expensive to the average 3D hobbyist. We aim to solve this problem by having our SpinScanner at a lower price point of $125, so it's more accessible to a wider range of people. Our more indirect competitor is Scaniverse, which is an app on your phone which uses the LiDAR technology in order to create a scan. The issue with this is that it yields a very inaccurate scan, and we aim to combat this with our turntable model, which in pairing with an app will yield a more accurate scan.
Our plans for marketing our SpinScanner is on various platforms such as Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, using their individual marketing campaigning platforms. We also plan to make We also plan to make free-to-make content showcasing different 3D printing projects that we have used. These types of videos have shown success in the past by other creators. We also, of course, all of our videos will be linked with our URL, spin-scan.com, where users can buy our product.
Our total addressable market, which is the 3D printing market size in the US, is valued at $3.7 billion. In Texas, it's valued at around $620 million, and in San Antonio, around $43 million. In our first year, we plan to sell 40 spin scanners, with each spin scanner valued at a price of $125, giving us our total projected revenue of $5,000 for the first year. Then our COGS being $1,600, giving us a gross profit of $3,300, and then our SG&A costs being $1,300, and then our operating profit being around $2,000. And the next year, we plan to sell a total of 100 spin scanners, giving us a total growth of 250%, and then the year after that, 300 spin scanners, giving us a total growth of 300%. Our cost of goods sold for are $31.10 for each spin scanner unit. This consists of filament for the shell of the turntable and electronics within the turntable.
So, for our use of the $250 we received in MVP funds, we first purchased our domain name, spin-scan.com. We then created a 3D model for the shell of our turntable, printed it out, purchased the electronics and motors, tested a few different ones out, and coded it to create our spin scanner.
It's a video. So this is a quick demonstration of how our spin scanner works. So you put the object in your phone on our turntable, and you start it in the app, and that will give you a 3D file, which can then be used for 3D printing, animation, all sorts of things. Here we're using it in our 3D printer to create a Rubik's Cube. And in those easy steps, you have your object that you wanted into a 3D object that you just 3D printed. So what we brought with us today, which you have, is a Rubik's Cube that we actually scanned and then 3D printed. As you can see, it doesn't actually work because right now 3D technology doesn't scan the actual interior of the object, just the exterior.
We are asking for $21,500. The bulk of this is going to be put towards the creation of our own app, which is tied with our second generation solution. So it would be our app and the spin scanner model. The rest of this is going to be put towards marketing and manufacturing and website design. However, our website development cost is a little bit low because we don't plan on scanning with our website. It will be solely used for e-commerce and providing information on our product.
Thank you, and put the power of 3D imaging in your hands with Spin Scan.
Yes, ma'am. It is not. It was difficult to transport. Last time I brought the prototype, one of our circuit boards broke, and then also because we're in our first generation prototype right now, it's a complex process to set it up with your computer. Yes, ma'am. All that code will be uploaded to it. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, that's exactly right. Just because it's very difficult without funds to create an app like this. So if we do secure them, we're going to immediately start working on our app.
So the other scanners on the market, they do the same scanning process, but our product isn't necessarily just about being at a lower price point. It's being at that lower price point and also yielding a good scan. Normally, the scanners that are at that lower price point are just using your phone, and that is very inaccurate scans. So whenever you print something, for example, it does come out. So that's why we have our turntable model and pairing with our app, so it's at a lower price point while also having that high quality.
Save people like us a whole lot of money when it comes to creating prototypes, right, for products. So that's a huge, humongous market, and if you can do that affordably, you've just exponentially grown your, market segment in that second round. So I think it's okay to say in round one, it's hobbyist. You give us the money for the second round, and the accuracy with our own app, we then open up this huge other market that's very profitable. So you can talk about who your customer is in two different phases, since you have phase one and phase two.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
We can probably get you to how many of these are sold in the U.S. So I understand how you got to the number of how many people. We can probably get to the number of people who buy them currently, and then you can make assumptions about how much you can grow it based on your lower price point. Impressive.
Yeah, you did a great job of proving the prototype. You thought through the product. All of you answered questions at different points. You well prepared. Really nice job. I think what you're hearing is you got to prove that it's an investable business, that the business is there, not just a great idea that a hobbyist. Right?
Yes, sir. We'll be sure to take that into account. That's a useful insight.
Great job.
Good job, y'all.
Yeah, good job, team.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback and your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's go. Hello. When I was younger, I played all the sports, whether it was football, lacrosse, soccer, anything that involved running around and getting messy, I was there for. But one problem I always had was that I'd always get mud on my cleats and I'd make a mess wherever I'd go.
And unfortunately for me and my mom, I loved hanging out after games, which meant that the mud went wherever I went. Whether that was the car, my house, a restaurant, I was tracking mud everywhere. And we want to save a new generation of kids and parents from this same problem, which is why we created the Spike Shield. I'm Mike Fravel, the CEO.
I'm Lisa Motomedian, the CMO.
I'm Wesley Nye, COO.
And I'm Jacob Hughes, the CFO. This is our solution, our Spike Shield. Essentially, it's a cleat cover that you put on after games or practices, and it has three important aspects. First of all is its coverage. We cover the toe, the heels, the soles, everything to ensure that the mud can't get anywhere. Secondly, it would be our thick sole to ensure that our Spike Shields have the durability from all the walking, the pressure from that, as well as the shape of the studs on the bottom of the cleats. Lastly would be our washability, so that after its use, you could just hose it down, it'll come right off, and it's good as new.
So this is our ideal customer, Soccer Mom Sandy. Now, Soccer Mom Sandy has that mom age range from 28 to mid-40s. And one thing about her is that she's super busy running in and out of the house, taking her kids to all their activities and their games. And one thing about her kids is that they're not the cleanest, so they tend to track mud. And Soccer Mom Sandy hates cleaning and picking up after her kids. So this product would be ideal for her because she would not have to worry about making sure that her kids don't track mud in the car and in the house.
This is our competition. On one side, we have cleat skins. And although they do have the advantage of having cool designs that are likable by kids, they are based internationally and only sell for soccer and rugby, therefore reducing the competition in the US. On the other side, we have Hypesole, and they would not be a competitor as of the second quarter of 2024, they have yet to set up their manufacturing and are still in their startup phase. Lastly, and most prevalent, would be SM Sports, as they do have everything set up, but once again, they have the problem of only selling to a few select sports, such as soccer, wrestling, and lacrosse, and they do not cover the entirety of the cleat, therefore, some mud can get off.
So what makes our product unique? Well, for one, we're the most affordable on the market by an average of $10, in some cases even more than that. We're very washable, meaning it's with a quick rinse from a hose or a sink, you can get all the mud off thanks to our non-stick materials. But most importantly, we have the best quality on the market. Our thick sole allows for a very comfortable walking experience, and it's even been said by a target consumer that walking in our Spike Shields on concrete with spikes on feels just like walking in tennis shoes.
So let's talk about the target consumer. So first off, this is our market sizing, and our total addressable market is 27 million. These are the children in the United States of America that play sports that require cleats. Next up is our serviceable obtainable market. These are the kids in Texas, or it's just shy of 1 million, and these are the kids in Texas who play sports that require cleats. Finally, our serviceable obtainable market is 44,000. And these are the kids in San Antonio that play sports that requires cleats and therefore require Spike Shields. So this is our process of production. First off, we start with a 3D print of exactly what we want our Spike Shield to look like. Next, we cover it with silicone rubber from caulk, and we create a mold. Next, we remove the 3D print so that way within the mold, there's an exact cutout of what we want our Spike Shield to look like. Then we fill the hole with polyurethane rubber so that way it can harden and turn into a Spike Shield. Once it's hardened, we take it out, clean it up, and then we have a Spike Shield. If you'll notice the one you have before you, there's a bit of damage with it on the toe, and that is because there's a small hole within the mold, but we have patched that since, and for our next round of production, this will not be a problem.
So we got one of our target consumers to test out our product, and there were a few adjustments that we noted that had to be made. So first of all, we want to make thicker walls on the side of the Spike Shield, because we noticed that when our target consumer put the Spike Shield on, it was a little too loose, and we want that shoe to really be snug in the Spike Shield. Additionally, we also want to add a tag on the end of the Spike Shield, because when putting it on, you have to put your finger on the heel, and that's not really ideal. Additionally, we also realized that we want to size down when making our molds. We made a mold for a size 9 shoe, and we realized that that mold, when we took the cover out of the mold, it actually fit the size 10 shoe a lot better than the size 9. So now we know to size down. Okay, so here's a little bit of an update on where we are. So we use our $350, our funds, to make our prototype. From there, we noted the adjustments that had to be made to make our prototype better. And now we're in the phase where we actually have to apply those adjustments to our prototype in order to fix the mistakes that we have made. From there, we're going to get connected on social media, and we're going to target mostly Instagram and Facebook because those are the primary platforms that our target customer, moms, tend to use. And from there, finally, we're going to set up our selling platform on Amazon.
These are our financials. We have two types of costs. First is fixed. We need two things. We need our 3D print as well as silicone caulk to set and make the mold, which will total to $100 per mold. We also have our variable costs. We chose to use polyurethane rubber to make our product, which you can see right there. And for 16 pounds, it would cost about $175. And through our process of production, our MVP creation, it takes about 1 pound polyurethane rubber to actually make a pair of spike shields. We are also planning to sell our spike shields with a drawstring bag, which would be a $2 additional. Therefore, for each pair that we make, it would be about $13. In the first 6 months, we plan to sell 50 spike shields at a competitive price of $25, therefore a revenue of $1,250. But with our fixed costs and our variable costs combined of $750, that would net us a profit of $500. Here's our projected revenue. In our first year, we expect to sell 100 spike shields, therefore a revenue of $2,500, and from there, we expect, and it is reasonable to expect, that we can sell 150 more and 200 more every year subsequently after that.
For marketing, we plan to take a two-pronged approach. First, on social media, we're going to establish a national presence by putting out content related to our spike shields, which would be customer testimonials, demonstrating the product, how it works, and also a grassroots campaign, which would establish in the local area, baseball tournaments, football games, soccer tournaments. We'd be at all of those, setting up a booth and selling our spike shields, establishing a local presence, which will allow us to get both national outreach and a local presence.
So this is what we're asking for. We are hoping that we can acquire $8,000 for our expansion. 35% of this will be spent towards materials such as polyurethane rubber, silicone rubber, and more 3D prints. 30% of this will go towards our manufacturing, so that way we can create more and better spike shields. 20% of this will go straight to our marketing, so that way we can sprawl out with our social media, and we can set up more grassroots events. And then finally, our last 15% is to set up our online store, our Amazon presence, and any other small business needs that we might have along the way. In addition, this is our exit strategy. Our exit strategy is that after 7 to 10 years, once we've developed a solid market share, we plan to sell our company to a major sports distributor such as Nike, Adidas, or Under Armour. So this is what we've been working on the past few months. We hope that we have not only shown you our value as a company, but also our ability to expand in the future. So from us here at Spike Shield to you, we would like to say thank you. If y'all have any questions, we would love to hear them. Thank you. Yes, so for our first 6 months, we're only going to have select sizes. We're only going to have the main sizes that kids in our target demographic use. And then as we expand out, we're going to get more sizes for the more niche sizes, for younger and older kids.
Yeah, I think I was looking, you can go back a couple slides if you can to the financial piece of it. When you make your assumptions about how many you're going to sell, I would think, because we're looking at them and it doesn't fit my feet, right? So you don't know how many molds you're going to need based on how many of you're going to sell in the next life. So I might pack in a little bit more for at least just talk about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All 500 of those could be spread out over, well, 26 items, right?
Yes.
Or, I mean, unless you're only making them for male feed and not female feed. So I would maybe talk about that when you talk about money.
Yes, ma'am.
First off, I'm really impressed with your prototype and the process that you followed, testing, iterating, like that is how prototyping should work. So good job there. On the competition, are the others hard to clean? Is that truly a differentiator for you? Tell me more about that, please.
As of right now, we have not bought the other ones, but with our one, we just put some water on it and we could just easily because of the material, it will just come right off and it's water resistant.
Good, thank you.
And sorry, I said this a couple times, but when we talk about the market size, it'd be great if you guys can come up with some numbers of how many units are sold of this type of product. So we know how many cleats or how many athletes there are in San Antonio that wear cleats, but maybe any of those athletes' families think that this is a problem. So I'd love to know how many units are sold. And it doesn't matter, we can even go out nationwide, but we can run some analytics on how many of these products are sold or searched for, because I would like to know specifically how many of those cleat-wearing families feel like this is a problem.
Yeah, for that's a really good idea. We have a little bit of more information on that. Wesley and I went to HEB a while back, a few months ago, to find some moms, and out of 100 people that we surveyed, about 60 of them said that this is a genuine problem. 20 were like, it's not too big of a deal. And then the other 20 were like, no, it's not. Like, it's not for me. So we do have a decent, but yes, that is correct. That would be a good idea to see kind of how many families would actually buy this product.
All right, y'all, good job.
Great job.
Yep.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Have you guys ever struggled with staying focused or dealt with the horrible side effects of your ADHD medication?
Actually, I have. I was diagnosed with ADHD at a very young age, and I started taking Adderall when I was about 10.
Can you tell us more about that, Cameron? How did your experience on medication go for you?
Well, it didn't take me very long to realize that Adderall was not the move for me. And the reason for that is because of the side effects that it came with. These side effects consisted of loss of sleep, loss of appetite, and increased anxiety. Ultimately, the side effects greatly decreased my quality of life through school and sports, and I wouldn't wish this problem upon any other high school students. This problem has encouraged us to come up with Brain Boost. Hi, I'm Cameron Stokes, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Brain Boost.
Hello, I'm Thomas Leninger. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer.
Hello, I'm Harrison Cheney. I'm the Chief Financial Officer.
Hi, I'm Julia Johnston, the Chief Operating Officer.
Hi, I'm Ryan Stetson, the Chief Technical Officer.
So, our product has a huge market to it, as $194 billion are spent annually on ADHD products alone in the US. Our competition consists of ADHD medications such as Adderall and Vyvanse, and the problems with these are the side effects that come along with them.
Our solution to this problem is Brain Boost. Brain Boost is a plastic nasal aromatherapy stick that you hold up to your nose while you're in school or doing homework. This consists of rosemary, which is proven to increase focus, and there have been many studies done where they place 40 adults and children into a room to do cognitive testing along with math skills, and once exposed to rosemary, the results came back much more accurate and with much more speed. This also contains lemon and peppermint, which helps decrease stress within students. There are 3 types of customers that we are selling this product to. Our first customer are people like Busy Barbara. Busy Barbara is 40 years old and a mother of 2 children, one in middle school and one in high school. Both of these kids struggle with ADHD, especially with the newly implemented block schedule. She gets frequent calls from their teachers saying that they cannot focus during class, but she doesn't want to put them on medication too early on in their lives. Our second type of consumer are people like Rowdy Ryan. Rowdy Ryan is a high school athlete who is not on any medication. This affects him because he's not able to stay focused throughout all of his classes. Our third type of consumer are people like Hyper Harrison. He is also a high school athlete, but he is taking medication for his ADHD. However, the side effects of Adderall cause his appetite to be suppressed so that he doesn't eat lunch every day. This causes him to have a lack of energy to be able to perform in his sport. Both of these students do not want to deal with the side effects of either of their problems and are trying to find a way to help their ADHD without these side effects. Our indirect competition is Adderall. However, as previously stated, there are many negative side effects to taking this. Direct competition are other aromatherapy nasal sticks such as Boom Boom and Aether Sticks, but their main focus as a business is on nasal congestion and energy boosts, while ours is on focus and ADHD.
Our unique value proposition is that we are a completely side effect-free way for you to deal with your ADHD. This is made possible as our product contains only natural elements such as essential oils and natural menthol.
Our minimum viable product administers multiple essential oils such as lemon, peppermint, rosemary, and menthol. We have estimated that it will cost around $3 to make. That is including the packaging, the essential oils, and the plastic casing.
We learned a lot through our testing phase, and we handed out prototypes from kids ages grade 6 to 11. We got a lot of positive feedback, and around 90% of these students were using our product during class, and around 82% of them said it was effective and did help them academically and with their studies. We got lots of good comments about how it looks, we got constructive criticism, and we also changed the outlook with kids telling us they wanted a product to be more appealing to the eye, so we made colorfuls and started testing with new blends of essential oils.
The amount of money we spent throughout our minimal viable product testing phase was $461, as $302 was for the production costs such as buying essential oils, plastic casing, and cotton wicks. We also spent another $111 for making the 25 prototypes and passing those out. And the last $48 that we spent was for packaging, shipping, labeling, such as stickers and all that. To cost one of our nasal sticks, it's $2.83. As $1.83 is for the essential oils, cotton wicks, and plastic casings, and then we're also factoring another $1 in for shipping and packaging. For our first 6 months, we project to sell 100 units, giving us a total gross revenue of $400, as we are marking up by 2 and selling each one for $8. In our first year, we expect to sell 500 units, giving us a total revenue of $2,000. And by year 2, we will start implementing more advertisement, giving us selling 3,000 units, giving us a gross revenue of $12,000. And by year 3, we expect to sell 8,000 units, giving us a revenue of $32,000. We're also currently testing the shelf life it has for one of them, and we're going to start doing a subscription thing that will ship out one of our products a certain time period.
Our market sizing is huge, with around 3.3 million kids from ages 11 to 17 being diagnosed every single year in the United States. Here in the state of Texas, that's around 300,000 to 320,000 students. And here in our city of San Antonio, that's around 7,000 to 10,000 students just being diagnosed. We estimate that our product and our market is growing because not every single kid is getting diagnosed, and a lot of students are still struggling with ADHD without a diagnosis. We continue to push our marketing with a lot of our social medias, like our Brain Boost Instagram. We continue to be on TikTok, and in our future, we plan to have a website, but we also continue to do our Google Forms, such as our pre-order list, and a bunch of positive feedback with comments that can help us improve on our product. Our ask is $26,000. We are asking for this number because it's broken up into different parts, such as liquidity cost, manufacturing, advertisement, product development, essential oils, and packaging and shipping. Our biggest cost right now is manufacturing, with around us wanting to be a bigger online presence and really push our name out there. We want to get as many product in, and we want to get as many prototypes in so we can hand them out and really get our name out there to students and parents who want us. Join us in helping fight your ADHD completely side effect free. Thank you, judges, so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Great job, great job. So how often do you use it?
Personally,
maybe tell me or show me how to use it.
Okay, so our product works. You just unscrew the cap and you take the side off. You don't need to put it into your nose. You don't need it's just a light whiff and a scent. You can do it from however far you want, depending on how strong you want it to be. You can do it from far away, close up, or really any way you feel. Personally, I use these in different moods. I use different essential oils for different things. For example, if I'm dealing with congestion or if I'm just not feeling good, I'll use eucalyptus or I'll use menthol. And if I want to relax, get some stress off, I'll use the purple one, which is lavender. And we also have other ones like cedarwood and sage, which really help just concentration and just staying on task. So I would say I use these frequently every single day.
I'm sorry, once every 15 minutes, once every 5 minutes? What are y'all thinking or seeing there? Or once an hour or once a day?
So it differentiates based on who it is going to, like they affect you in different ways. So we just told our testing products to take it whenever they could feel it wearing off, and majority of them took it about an hour apart.
So when you talk about the other products that are out there, so your competition, I do believe that this, for your segment, for teens, this is a kind of a new way of delivering the essential oils. I would do a little bit of research just so when you do your next pitch, you talk about ways that, there are ways that people wear porous stones and things like that, that they dip essential oils in. And so essentially it's around my neck. There's rollers that I have on my, rollers that I can put on my wrist. So just be careful when you say that there isn't any competition and talk specifically about your delivery method. Because I think that is factual or thereabouts when you talk about your packaging and the way you deliver it, but it probably is a good idea to mention there are other ways that you have your essential oils available to you. We have it in a unique package. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Probably more factually sound.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you remind me how much you're selling it for and how you are selling the product as well?
So we're going to be selling each one for $8, and currently we're going to be selling it once we make our website, we're going to be selling it direct to customer with our website.
Thank you.
On your slide, it said 500 units for $2,000, so be careful.
I think that was for revenue, so the 2,000 was for revenue, not how much it costs to make.
I would be careful saying no side effects, just because even though it's all natural, there's always somebody that's going to say that this caused X, Y, and Z. So almost no side effects or minimal side effects or no detrimental side effects, etc.
How did you, back to the product form, how did you decide on this form, delivery form?
Well, first of all, we really didn't want it to be anything that you were ingesting or eating or like consuming, because obviously there's a lot of FDA protocols for that and stuff. But again, it was mostly, we saw our competitor and we saw what seemed to be working, so we also kind of just hopped on the same thing. But at the same time, it was mostly because I talked to the school nurse and she said anything that you were eating, consuming, putting on you would have a lot of protocols to go through. So that's why we kind of just have the smelling aroma stick that we decided to go for.
How hard would you think the competition, you said there's somebody that does this for congestion and
Yeah,
for...
it's like ski brands for when it gets cold. It's mostly congestion for nasal, and like they're mostly focusing on allergies, nothing towards ADHD to help children.
So how hard would it be for them to expand into other uses like ADHD? How defendable is your position? Is what kind of I'm trying to understand.
Well, if you look at Boom Boom Stick, they do not use a lot of essential oils that are actually proven to help students. It's usually more menthol, eucalyptus, and kind of just like stuff like that. But we really focus on the evidence behind our essential oils, and it's kind of each scent for each mood. It's just really personally designed for each person. So, but yes, I guess you could say that if another competitor or brand wanted to claim that they were also helping for ADHD, that could be a problem.
Yeah, you just want to be really clear where your, like, as they say, the secret sauce. Like, where's your defendable, differentiated, proprietary technology? Like, where's your product? If it's in the mix of the oils and the way you're delivering it, you know, what is it that's really, truly unique? I don't doubt that you've proven that there's data out there that these oils work. And it seems like a highly effective form, easy to use. But what makes yours, you know, different? And not easy for a competition to come replicate.
So we do have individual recipes for each and every single one of our brain boost sticks. So we're going to have multiple different flavors that mix up different essential oils that are proven to help with different things. Our competition, Boom Boom Stick, only uses one different essential oil, and then it mixes it with menthol. So we have different formulas that they would not be able to replicate very easily.
I love that. You should have a slide that speaks to that. Like, show your different forms, talk about the packaging of it. You know, let that be a compelling part of your story.
Yes, sir.
Also on the $26,000 ask, you have percentages. It wouldn't take much to just put the dollar amounts in there. I was doing quick math, and so just when you have the percentages, just add those so we can flush them out. Good job, y'all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
There's another one.
Judges, do you need a 5-minute break? We are switching into a new class. There are restrooms on the bottom floor that are open. To the right. To the right, yeah. I mean, yes. We'll send Linus. Linus after the group. I think Ms. Blake. Dependable, reliable. Linus, Flores. And the kindest, yes.
Make sure it's on when you give actually just do it. Just go.
Just one thing I want to point out, when you go out there, do not stand back. Stand, you see these triangles are? Don't go any deeper than that. So either above those, on those, or that's it. Okay. And who's the clicker? We don't have a clicker, so what because we had to hardwire, this is what you're going to do. This is how you click. It's this. Show this, and the people back over versus left. Hold on, let me make sure.
questions?
Judges, are we ready? All right. Biocast, blast to the pad. We're good. We go. Yeah, sorry. We're good? Yeah. Knock your slide.
All right, good afternoon, judges. My name is Anderson Blake. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Biocast. Before we get too deep into things, I just wanted to give y'all a kind of origin story or background story so you can understand like what our thought process is for making this. Okay, so this happened I want to say like probably 6 or 7 months ago. I was out with my friend in Port A and he was taking me fishing. So I'm not really an avid fisher, so every time we go, he has to show me the ropes again, and we he shows me how to put the reel on the line and like what the process is. So we got on the ocean, we put the reel on the line, and I get ready to send it in the ocean. I put it in the ocean, and within probably like 5 minutes, I get a nice big fish. He's like all excited, we start pulling it in. Within 10 seconds, the line snaps. The fish is gone, the line snaps, our line's gone. I start thinking to myself, well, what do we do here? And like, what happens to that line? How does it affect the environment? And I asked my friend, and he's like, well, we just cut it off, and we make a new line, and we set you up again. And so that's how we came up with the idea of Biocast. Like I said, I'm Anderson Blake, the Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Arun Patel, the Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Owen Olmstead, I'm the COO.
And unfortunately, our Chief Marketing Officer, Raymond Lerma, was not able to make it today. All right, so what's the problem here? So the problem is fishing line is affecting our environment and the animals in that environment. Fishing line gets tangled around animals' necks, such as fish and sharks and whales and turtles, and that causes them to be endangered species and starts killing the population of fish. That can also affect us because we eat those animals. And so maybe some people have had reports of they get fishing line and they have to go to the doctor or the ER, and it's a serious problem in the environment. Fishing line takes over 700 years to decompose and makes up 70% of microplastics in the ocean. Our solution is Biocast. So Biocast is a bamboo-based biodegradable fishing line. We provide a stronger fishing line than your average monofilament fishing line with a tensile strength of 3,600, which is equivalent to 4 double-decker buses. We also provide help for the wildlife, which helps the line biodegrade within 5 to 10 years compared to monofilament, which is over 700 plus years. Bamboo is also helps the ocean soil, so it also helps get rid of chemical runoff in the waters and in the ocean. Our 2 customer personas are avid fisher Andy. So Andy's an avid fisherman. He likes to go to sporting competitions. He lives off fish. He loves to fish. That's his job. That's his daily thing. So Andy wants to be able to keep fishing and have his kids fish as well. So he uses Biocast to protect the environment and the fish around him. Our other customer persona is optimistic Oscar. So Oscar is a grandfather of at least 3 children, and he loves to fish with them and with his wife. So every time they come down to fish, he uses biocast to make sure they can do the same thing with their grandkids. All right, so we only have one direct competitor, which is Tufline Biodegradable. Tufline usually makes just your average monofilament fishing line, and they're pretty popular with that, but when they made this spinoff, we did some research and saw that they had little to no reviews, and when they did, they were 1 to 0 stars. And it also has a danger called Prop 65, which can cause birth defects and cancer. So it's no good, and no one likes it. And our indirect competitor is just your average monofilament fishing line, which is used in fishing today.
Biocast is the first safe fishing line that has biodegradable properties while retaining the strength of the line. Our eco-friendly line combines strength, durability, and environmental responsibility, giving anglers a guilt-free fishing experience.
Our MVP costs. So we use our MVP funds to buy a box for our prototype, which is still in the works. We still need to work on finishing up our prototype. We bought a website domain off of GoDaddy, and we got time with a material scientist to see what we needed to make our prototype and what that process would look like.
Okay, so basically for line testing, we went down to Port A, and the closest thing we could find to our project is this bamboo string, and we put it, as you can see, in that bucket, and we waited over 2 months to see what it would do. It kind of degraded a little bit, but not fully, so we're still testing that out.
There are currently 58 million fishers across the world and 2.2 million in Texas, and these numbers are exponentially increasing due to the growth of commercial fishing along with leisure fishing. Between the years 2022 and 2029, there's an expected compound annual growth rate of 5.1%. We estimate our costs to be around $5 and our revenue to be around $15 a unit based off market research we conducted. And we will have higher production costs due to the processing the bamboo must undergo to become weaved into the line, but we hope to have similar margins to some of our top competitors in time. We understand how large our market is, and even if we only sell to 1% of our service attainable market, our revenue will still be $330,000. In our first year, we expect to sell 650 units for $10,000 worth of revenue, and by year 3, we hope to sell 2,000 units for $30,000 worth of revenue.
So we plan to media and market through social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. We plan to see if we can promote our product through influencers on these platforms to help us grow, get a growth track for our product.
We are asking for $8,000, which 60% of it will go to our COGS, 35% will go to our marketing, and 5% will go to our website.
Thank you, and remember, line snaps, don't worry, fish happens.
Okay, so I have a question for you. There is a bamboo yarn that is created and it's in the market, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're asking to create, you want someone to create the same bamboo yarn, but for fishing line, right? So it's got to have the right composition to be spooled and then.
Yes, ma'am, yeah. So pretty much that's just what we're using to test, like, does bamboo really degrade in that amount of time? And from what we've seen, yeah, it does. We were at the beach and we tested it in the water and came back probably about 45 days later. We checked it and it was pretty much mostly biodegraded, but it wasn't too fast to where that'll just happen when you're sitting with the line in the water.
There isn't, the competitor that you talked about does not create a line with bamboo.
No, no one has created a line with bamboo yet.
And you know that it can be done, or that's what you're asking 8,000?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Figure out whether or not it can be done.
From the material scientists we talked to, it can be done, and we talked to a manufacturer. It just requires more money than we thought to make a prototype and make sure it's really possible and it's testable and everything.
something that's existing, modify it to a fishing line, but just be careful to not, to make sure that you talk about that, because you're still a ways out from MVP.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, you basically have to communicate this research that you've conducted, these interviews, what gives you confidence that this is going to work? Because you're asking somebody to invest alongside you. You want them to feel the same commitment that you feel and the same confidence that you feel that this is going to work.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Dan, I'm not the finance person, but I didn't really understand the revenue growth chart. It looked like you were going to lose money.
No, I think it wasn't revenue. I think the slides were mislabeled possibly, because that shouldn't have been revenue on the bottom, right?
Yes.
That.
Yes, it's an estimation. Approximation.
But you're losing money till year 3, where you're going to make approximately 8,000 is what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, that's just not total revenue. That's a net number of some kind, right?
That's net. It's not revenue, right? Yeah. See the difference?
Yeah.
It says revenue at the top. It says total revenue at the bottom.
So where it says total revenue, it just, you can change that word to net.
Net revenue.
Or
Okay.
gross profit, whatever.
And when y'all say fishing line, you're talking about regular tackle line, like a 8-pound, 10-pound, something like that, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe go for like, hey, this is for the sport fisherman, or this is for someone who recreational fishes. Define them a little bit better so we know who in that market you're going about, because commercial fishermen are totally different and those kind of things.
Yes, sir.
I was going to piggyback on that same thing, because, like, how many reels does a regular fisherman need to get?
They usually replace their line depending on how often they fish. Usually, someone that just goes like once a month usually replaces it every 6 months.
Sorry, one more thing about the customer segment.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't necessarily think that you have to focus so much on an older man, because you have the added saving the environment. It might, I don't know if you want to maybe rethink, only because I have an older man in my family who fishes, and it's not as important to him. I'm just going to say he's probably not going to make those changes as much as a younger fisherman understands that if you can prove that it's a line that works and it's even somewhat comparable in cost, even if it costs a little more, but it's good for the environment, it might be a younger fisherman, a younger sports fisherman that cares more than my grandfather does.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
You say you're selling direct, or you're selling through retailers?
Yes.
We plan to just start online and try to grow through social media, and then if we can get into Academy, we'd probably start with the tackle box and see if we could get into their store, and then just try to expand from there.
Have you talked to them?
Yes, we did interviews outside the tackle box, and they said in the future they'd love to promote our product. So that was great news to hear.
Make that part of your pitch, the research you've done, the conversations you've had. You've done more work than what's showing up. Nice job, though.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I got one more mic to give.
Good afternoon, judges. We are Travel One. How we started Travel One was one day before my spring break trip to Colorado. My mom told me that I could bring a one carry-on bag to fit all my clothes in for 5 days. So, as I'm packing all my things, I'm realizing that it's just really not all gonna fit. And so the day before we leave, I'm trying to shove all my ski stuff into my bag, and it's just not fitting. And so the morning of, I somehow jammed all my things up and zipped it into my bag. But when I went to the airport and tried to take out my phone charger, everything came flying out, and it was impossible to get all back in. So we decided with a solution.
I'm Alfie Etcheverry, Chief Technical Officer.
Tanner Bragg, Chief Operating Officer.
Cole Roos, Chief Financial Officer.
Matthew Munguia, Chief Executive Officer.
Wesley Cox, Chief Marketing Officer.
We've encountered two problems. One of these problems is not having enough room to pack your clothes and belongings. This being caused by disorganization and overpacking. The other problem is a real burden. It's paying for extra check bags. Our solution is having vacuum seal compartments built inside of the suitcase so you can easily pack more belongings than you ever could. We have a built-in air pump so you can exert all the air out and you can compress way more clothes and have way more room. Our target customers are travelers, flight attendants, families, and business people. This is Carry On Kim. Carry On Kim is 47 years of age. She's an international flight attendant who travels all around the world. She needs a suitcase that will pack her daily necessities neatly and organized. This is Round Trip Ryan. Round Trip Ryan is 27 years of age. He's a medical salesman who travels all around the United States. He needs a suitcase that will pack his products and daily attire neatly and separate.
Our indirect competition is companies like Samsonite and Away that have carry-on luggage but lack the feature of having vacuum sealable compartments built inside. Our direct competition is products like Travel Cubes, which are vacuum sealable compartments meant for traveling but lack the feature of having a handheld pump and are not meant for any specific luggage. Our unique value proposition is having vacuum sealable compartments built into the suitcase that can save up to 40% more room, and it has a handheld pump built inside.
This shows our market size. First, in the small blue circle, we plan to target our small community of Alamo Heights with 35 units sold. Next, we plan to grow to our serviceable addressable market, which is our green circle, which is the city of San Antonio. Then we plan to sell 1 million units. And for our total addressable market, which is the entire state of Texas, we plan to sell 4 million units. This is a graph showing the market size for the U.S. suitcase and briefcase market. Since 2014, it's grown over $14 billion, and since 2024, it's expected to grow several $billion in the next 4 years.
Here is our financial plan if we sell each suitcase for $120. So if we sell 35 suitcases in Alamo Heights at $120, we will make $4,200. And if we continue to do that for the next 6 months, we will make $5,000 and so on to $6,300. And then if we move on to Texas, we will make $453,245,000. And with San Antonio, we will make $120 million. Our cost of goods in total to build a suitcase are $65. For the suitcase itself is $35. The vacuum seal compartments inside are $5. The pump is $15. The strips are $5. Shipping is $5. And the cost of labor is $5. Since we are a startup company, we cannot afford to have a manufacturer yet, so we are making it ourselves. And then we plan on marking up the total price to $120 in order to keep making suitcases.
As you can see, this is a pie chart that displays our plan for the reinvestments we plan on putting back into our company. 50% of our reinvestments will go into our website, since it will cost the most. 20% will go to the manufacturing, 20% into the product itself, and 10% into the marketing.
Our future plans are getting into big retail stores like Target, Whole Earth Provisions, and Walmart. How we're going to achieve these goals is we're going to start in a measured way. Very first 2 years, we're going to start on our website. We're going to promote, advertise, and market on all social media platforms. We're going to be so high in demand that all these stores want us.
In order to further promote our business, along with the website, we will sell hats and mugs with our logo on it. That way, if anyone sees someone wearing a Travel One hat in the airport, they might ask, ooh, what is that company, and where can I buy that travel bag? We will also be on social media promoting our business.
The measurements of our product are 22 inches long 14 inches wide and 9 inches tall, and has plenty of room inside and can fit in it into any airplane stowaway.
Here we're supposed to be a video of how we use our Travel One bag. First, you want to open your bag, and as you can see on the left side, there's a vacuum seal pump and 5 different Velcro bags that Velcro onto the suitcase. When you want to pack your clothes, you get your article of choice, fold it neatly, and insert it into the bag. After inserting it into the bag, you want to take off the screwable cap on the bags and place the pump onto the valve. After you're sealed up and ready to go, all you need to do is press the button and take all the air out of the bag. And then once you're done, all you need to do is Velcro it back on, zip up the bag, and you're good to go.
We are asking for a starter price of $20,000. We plan on making 62 units, which will cost us $65 a piece and come out to a total of $4,000. Our manufacturing will cost us $4,000, website $10,000, and our marketing $2,000.
Thank you. Thank you. We're Travel One, the most innovative way to travel.
So it already works the way that's what your video is going to show us. It already sucks the air out of the
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
and with this pump that's right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Can y'all go back to your financials real quick? I think I must have missed something.
Oh, wait, yeah. It's not.
Two more, I think. One more. Oh, or sorry, one more after that. There we go. Okay. Okay, so how many units is this?
So on the left side, the 4,200, 5,000, 6,300, that is our Alma Heights area with 35 bags.
Okay. And so how do we go from 4,000 to 120 million?
So the words got a little jumbled, but it went from Alma Heights to Texas to San Antonio.
Okay, so San Antonio's 1 million bags?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We're probably going to have to label this a little bit better. Because as you're talking about it, I can follow the numbers here. So I would have I just sit down with your mentor and kind of work through this, how you arrive at this and giving us number of units.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And sorry, hold on. I'm confused because at 5,000 in revenue, you get to 453 million, but then after 12 months, you're only at 120 million. I'm not following.
It was supposed to go from Alma Heights to San Antonio to Texas.
So the 5,000 is Alma Heights, the 4 million.
No, that's 453
I
million.
mean, 453 million
Is Texas.
is Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
20 million is San Antonio.
Sorry, but I guess that's what I'm trying to say is.
Oh.
The 453 can't be before the 120.
But they're saying it's Texas versus, it's not, yeah, it's in the middle.
Okay.
Bottom line, you don't want your audience trying to figure out. You gotta make it super clear.
Yes, sir.
You've come a long way on your prototype. Good job, guys. Because I know last time that was something that we were talking about. And when I wrote down questions, you naturally answered them next. So that means the flow of your presentation was good.
So I like the story at the beginning. Try to carry that arc through the whole time. Something I don't think you hit on necessarily was the size of your bag currently. You can't travel with that bag overseas. So all the airlines are cracking down. You can't take bigger bags than you're supposed to. You got to pay extra for baggage handling fees. So your solution's right there. So just talk about, hey, if you want to play internationally, you got to buy my 21-inch bag, which is our model, whatever. And so your thought process is right there. Just really work on that arc, the story arc that you started with so good. Just finish that up through the presentation and to the end.
Yes, sir.
I can't, I can't, and I know this late in the game, I can't want you to start all the way over from scratch. But I think the system itself is awesome. I don't know that I would replace my entire suitcase. However, I would love all of these bags and the mechanism inside of maybe some sort of nylon bag that I then put in my existing suitcase. I don't know that you have to worry about appealing to what kind of luggage I want to take with me. But I love the idea of being able to fit everything into a bag. I'll give you a great example. Clothes that you have to wear in Europe in the cold months, they're bulky clothes. They don't weigh necessarily more, but they're bulky. I love the idea of being able to smush all my clothes, knowing that when I smushed it on this side of the pond, I can smush it back. Because you used in your slide about competition, when you say your competitors, but the bags that exist now that I use in my linen closet, but I already know I'm not using that for travel because I can get it there, but I can't get it home. So I like the idea of you saying your vacuum system that you're using now in your linen, but it's small enough that bag's going to come home from Europe, right? So just maybe think that through. I don't want to change your whole numbers. I know it's late in the game to change all of that, but I don't know that you have to sell me a suitcase. I'm already sold on the system.
Yes, ma'am.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't be too fast. Hand it to them, please. Try to turn it on.
Hi, we are Lunchbox Creations, a new innovative way to make lunch fun and not a stressful time. I'm Alyssa Forster, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Sebastian Fiebrick, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer.
I am James McGuire, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm Brandon Scott, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer.
So when our group got together to brainstorm an idea, one of us reminded the others about how lunch used to be so terrible and they never really liked their lunch before they got to high school because they couldn't pick the items that they wanted in their lunch. That's why we came up with Lunchbox Creations. Lunchbox Creations reduces picky eaters and saves time for the parents. Not only does it help with picky eaters, I know personally from my mom, she struggled with me and my sister. We both had different likings of food, and it was hard for her to remember who liked what, and it was just a mess because we would pick what we liked, what we did and didn't like every single week. Another thing is that it saves time for the parents. Working parents, it can be very hard for them to get their kids ready for school and pack their lunches and all that, all before they have to get to school. It can be very hard for them.
For some of our solutions, not only will kids eat better, they'll be eating their entire lunch and wasting less because they'd be picking out their lunches. This also saves time for the parent as they don't have to spend so much time making their kids' lunches late at night or in the morning. And this also reduces a lot of stress for the parents as they don't have to find some sort of meal for their kid to eat and make sure they're eating well. The kids would just pick it out themselves and reduces a lot of stress for the parents.
So for our customer personas, our first customer persona is Busy Betsy. She's a single mother of 2 children, and she does not have time in the morning to make her kids' lunches. And for our second customer persona, we have Stress Steve. He is also a single father of 1 child, and his child is very picky, and they always change what they like, and he really needs help keeping his kid interested in what their lunch is.
These are some of our competitors. For our indirect competitor, we have Lunchables. Lunchables is super quick and easy. However, it is very small, and a typical Lunchable consists of ham, cheese, and crackers and a little candy bar. A recent study has shown that Lunchables contains lead and other toxic chemicals, and personally, I would never want my children eating that for lunch. For our direct competitors, we have Little Spoon. Little Spoon is a company very similar to ours. They also make pre-made meals for kids, but they are targeted towards a much younger age group, ages 3 to 5 to 6, while we are targeted towards elementary school students. And then our biggest competitor, the school cafeteria line. Personally, I never liked the school cafeteria line. I didn't like the taste of the food. They did not have a lot of variety or healthy options, and I just personally, and many of my peers, did not like it.
So a few things that keep us unique from our competitors is that we have a variety of options and a fully personalized menu based on kids' shows, movies, and games that they like to play or watch. Another thing that we have is we have 2 upcharge fees at the beginning of your subscription. One is a lunchbox, which the kid will actually take to school, and then the other one is a cooler, which you will leave out on your front porch whenever we come to deliver, which we will deliver twice a week, once on Sunday evening and then on Tuesday evening, so that our food stays more fresh. This is our menu, and we also have it in front of you if you would like to look at it.
These are some photos from our MVP testing. We took 2 students from Alma Heights Elementary School, and we gave them our menu. We let them pick out a week's worth of lunches and drop them off in the morning. And these 2 guys, boy, they were picky. I mean, they had some stuff that we had no idea about. So they helped us change our menu a little bit, give us some new ideas, and they overall loved it, and so did the parents. This is some of the feedback we got from the parents. They absolutely loved it.
Our total addressable market is the 33 million kids that are enrolled in public and private elementary schools around the United States. Our service addressable market is the almost 3 million kids that are enrolled in public and private elementary schools in Texas. And our service obtainable market is the 1,666 students that are enrolled in Alma Heights elementary schools.
Okay, so our subscription options, we have 2. One of them is for 3 days a week. This is for 3 days a week for 1 month, which is around $114. This is for, it could be for a split family or someone who's just wanting to test out our product and really get the gist of it. Our second option is for 5 days a week for 1 month, which is around $190, and this will be for the entire school week for someone who is either a working parent or has very picky kids and just doesn't know what to serve them.
Our source of revenue will be all from our lunches, which will be sold in a monthly subscription payment. Our COGS consist of the ingredients for our lunches, delivering, and packaging. And our lunches are split up into 5 categories. We have the main meal, which is in the form of a sandwich, a side, which is a snack, some sort of chip, a fruits and veggies, a dessert, and a drink. For our unit pricing, the family will make a one-time purchase of $18 for the lunchbox. This is what the student or the kid will bring to school every single day. We originally bought this for $15, so we'll make around $3 for everyone sold. The family also will make a one-time purchase for $65 for the cooler. This is what they'll leave outside every week to fill it up with the lunches so they stay nice and fresh. We'll make around $10 for every one of those sold. Costs around $5.51 to make each lunch, and we will sell them around $12.50. For our 3-year model, year 1, we plan on selling to 5% of kids in elementary schools at Alma Heights. That'll be around 41 kids. We plan on bringing in around $100,000, and that is before subtracting our COGS, which means we'll profit on $40,000. Year 2, we plan on doubling it to 10% of kids in elementary schools at Alma Heights, and we'll bring around $200,000 and profit around $80,000. In year 3, we plan on selling to 20% of kids in elementary schools in Alamo Heights, bringing around $400,000 and profiting around $160,000. And we're asking for around $20,000. $12,000 of that will go to our COGS to set up for the next few years. $3,000 of that will be towards marketing. That'll be merchandise and social media and really just getting the word out. And then $5,000 of that will go to our website for a high-quality website that'll be up and going for the next few years.
So don't make lunchtime a stressful time without Lunchbox Creations.
We are now open for questions.
Thank you.
So in that 20K ask, I feel like I mentioned this potentially, but you definitely want to add into that 20,000 insurance, commercial kitchen, that type of thing. I hear in Texas you don't necessarily need the commercial kitchen, but you certainly need health licenses. So I would make sure that that's a piece of that 20K that you've asked for sure. You guys did a great job. I like the concept of it. It is local, though, correct, right? So,
yes.
So in your served market, when you talk about, I like how you hone in on the Alamo Heights piece of it, because it is a local, it's a local service. But I thought you guys did a great job there.
Yes, and we also do all of our food handling license. So for now, we will just make it in our own kitchens, but we are certified to make those foods.
Yeah, it's great you took that. It's great that you took that step. You also need the insurance, right, for any food.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about the cooler? So, did you guys test it in the summer? And how long? And what kind of cooler?
So we tested it with 2 families in Alamo Heights, and the cooler, it's just has like a thermal covering, so it'll keep it fresh. We'll deliver it twice a week, so they'll leave it out Sunday night and Tuesday night, and that'll fill it in. So if they're at work or something, they can stay outside for a couple hours and still stay fresh, and then yeah.
Okay, so it needs to be taken in basically right away.
Yeah, so they'll keep that forever because it's a one-time purchase.
Is there a reason why you only tested 2 families? Like, what's the thought process behind your testing?
Not really specifically. We had found 2 kids, and we found out they were picky. I've known them for a little bit, and I just wanted to test my product on those 2 guys, just see what I could get done as a team. That's the reasoning for only the 2.
And we also would have to make 2 weeks worth of lunches, so for now, I felt like it was good enough to get feedback, but also enough work to keep us busy for some time.
And the 114 was the charge per month or per week?
Per month.
Feedback did you get on pricing? Did you get any feedback on pricing?
No, they thought the pricing was reasonable. I mean, $9.50 for each lunch. They thought it was good, and their main feedback was mainly the lunches itself. The kids loved the fact that they got to choose it, and the parents were really nice that they didn't have to set that extra alarm to get up and early and make their foods for them.
Question for you on the competition. Be careful in the way that you talk about Little Spoon, because to me it would be super easy, right, if you started to grow, just to swallow you up and broaden their gap of who they serve. So any thoughts about that? Or any other unique value propositions different from them?
They're specifically targeted towards the younger age group. And yes, they have a head start on us, but I personally believe we let the kids pick out every single item in their lunch. They just have a lunch to, pick straight away. And I personally find picking everything else a little bit nicer, and I think the other kids did too.
So they have no choice in theirs? Is that what you're saying?
No, they had choices, but instead of, as you can see on our menu, we have sandwiches, chips, drinks, sides, desserts. On Little Spoon, it's just you pick one meal option. So it could be chicken and rice or sliders or something like that, and you don't really get an option with a drink or side or anything like that.
So next time, instead of saying that they're similar to us, just say how they're different. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, sure. The menu's super cute, by the way.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I like your logo.
You're really selling Nutella in a toilet bowl? You're serving it in a toilet bowl?
Started towards them, they find toilet humor a little bit more funny.
Yeah, right?
I think that's hilarious.
I do too, I like it.
Thank you.
I think you can romance your product a little bit better. For some reason, I can't pull up your Instagram, but you might just package the whole thing, like bring the cooler, you have the, sample lunches, you have the what do you call it, lunch box, pull up a scene of your Instagram, what's on it. Like romance the work you've already done and show it so that it really comes through. You've done the work, might as well romance it,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep, get credit for it.
Yeah, get credit for it.
Be good? Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Tom Trump?
Our team was having a meeting one day. When we saw that there was another school shooting on the news. It made us worry. What would we do if there was a school shooting at our school? How would we help if someone got shot? We talked to students at Alamo Heights, and 70% of students said they worry about school shootings. That's how we thought of the idea Tourniquet. Hi, I'm Thomas Cutetas, the Chief Executive Officer.
Hi, I'm Hannah Ketchum, the Chief Marketing Officer.
Hi, I'm McCain Larkin, the Chief Financial Officer.
And I'm Matthew Reed, the Chief Technical Officer.
Mass shootings in America are a bigger problem every year. Just last year, in 2023, there were 670 mass shootings, with 150 of them being at schools. With all these shootings combined, it resulted in 570 deaths, with 56 of those deaths being people who bled out and did not die on the spot.
That is our box, our prototype in front of you. So, after speaking to medical professionals and first responders, such as the fire department and school nurses, we curated everything we thought would be needed to stop a major trauma bleed, such as tourniquets, Israeli bandages, trauma shears, a Sharpie, and instructions.
Our customer segment consists of these 3 schools who we plan to reach out to over the years. It's Alamo Heights ISD, Jester ISD, and North ISD. After that, we plan to cover all of Bexar County school districts. These are our customer segments. We have Prepared Patty. She's a school board mom of 4 kids, and she wants her students to be safe at school at all times. Then we have Ready Randy. He's a bus driver and wants his students to be safe when they're on campus and on the bus. This is our direct competition, which consists of Stop the Bleed kits and other first aid kits. Though these kits are specifically made for professionals and require training. Our indirect competition consists of items that are in our box, but that are not all together, therefore they're not ready for an emergency and don't come with instructions.
What makes Tourniquet different, though, than all these other first aid kits out there? Well, first off, Tourniquet is meant for the average person to be able to pick up and use with no previous medical experience. As you can see on the screen, we would have instructions to easily show people how to stop any major trauma wound. Also, we get rid of all the clutter that normal first aid kits have, and we have only what is needed to stop any major trauma injury.
Tourniquet, the bleed stop kit that's easily accessible and readily available. Tourniquet is easily accessible because it will be strategically placed around schools and ready for an emergency. Tourniquet is readily available because it has everything you need in the box, including instructions that are age-friendly for all grades.
For our minimum viable product, we heard from the vice superintendent and head of security at Alma Heights what schools already have and what they could benefit from having. So we included the instructions and the tourniquet and the Israeli bandage so that it will be able to stop any major trauma bleed.
Our total addressable market for tourniquet makes up all schools within the U.S. This number comes out to 115,000 schools. With our average sale of 8 units per school, we would sell around 900,000 units to them and bring in a total revenue of $138 million. With our service addressable market, this makes up every school within Texas. This number comes out to about 9,000 schools. With our product of average of 8 units would be 72,000 units sold and around $11 million. A service attainable market makes up all schools inside of Bexar County. This number comes out to 527 schools and brings in almost 4,000 units and makes $600,000 in revenue. On to the financial model. These are our key features that will be expressed in the next few slides. Our price for a box, we plan to be selling at $150 because our cost of goods to make it is $72. Adding that all together, we have a $78 profit on each box. And our average boxes per school is based on a ratio of 1 box per 100 students. And our maintenance fee per school is $100 bi-yearly to install and keep up the maintenance so it can still work. Our year one, we plan to sell inside of Alma Heights. So we would sell to all 5 schools, and we would bring in 48 units. That would bring us a total revenue of $8,200. And then with our cost of goods sold and our SGAs factored in, we bring in a net profit of $4,000. U2, we expand rapidly. We would go for Judson and NISD. The reason for Judson is because it's numerous with lockdowns, which we would help prevent against that. And then also with NISD because it's one of the biggest schools in Texas, school districts in Texas, and it would give us a large range to reach out to. This would bring in around 1,200 units sold, and it would bring in a profit of $207,000, and with cost of goods and just SGAs factor in, we'd bring in $107,000. With our year 3, we plan to get all of Bexar County. This makes up 527 schools and would bring in around 2,800 units, which we would have a total revenue of $550,000, and with our cost of goods and our SGAs factored in, we would bring in a revenue of $320,000.
For our financial ask, we're asking for $20,000. $10,000 of this will be spent on buying more products. $5,000 will be spent on developing more future products, such as personal kits and kits for teachers. $3,000 will be spent in purchasing items in bulk. We believe if we purchase items in bulk, we can get our costs cut down dramatically. And $2,000 will be spent on outreach. This would be marketing to school boards, principals, superintendents, and attending conventions so that we can market our product to people.
Thank you.
Who's responsible for buying the first aid kits now? I mean, does the nurse on campus purchase that? I know you talked to the security safety officer, but who is responsible for buying these kits or for emergency material now? Do you guys know?
Well, yes. The head of security at the school is kind of in charge of deciding what the school district needs to keep the school safe. And then it's kind of like a hierarchy. So he decides what they think they need. It goes up to the school board, and then they send that to the state to try to get money to buy things.
Have you talked to this? So in this school, that's who makes the decision. Have you talked to any school nurses and things like that? I just think that I don't know a lot about who makes these decisions and who is in charge of the kids now. It'd be great if you guys did a little bit of asking around at the elementary schools.
Yeah.
If someone were to buy that, who makes the decision on it?
So Mr. Stanage, the man we spoke to, he's the head of security and the vice superintendent. We spoke to him about it, and he's responsible for making all of those decisions. And then school nurses can get in contact with him to tell him what they need and what they need to restock on.
Which we've also talked to them, and they said that we have a need for that at our school.
So why only one of these boxes per 100 kids?
So we think we can place them strategically around campuses. We don't want there to be too much of a clutter. We also want to make the price something that schools would be able to approach, something approachable and reasonable. And so if we get 1 per 100 students, it'll be easily accessible to all students while staying cheap enough for schools to consider it.
Okay, I would disagree with that fact as a parent. The idea of an IFLAC, which is what lots of officers and military people carry, that's for your person. This is similar to it. I mean, at minimum, I would want one of these per classroom, if not 2 or 5 per classroom, right? If your thesis is, unfortunately, in this situation, we're talking about bleeding out, and you have 1 per 100 people, that's not, I feel like you're defeating yourself, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm saying if your research shows X, you should say, y'all need 1 of these kits per classroom, and the kit needs to have 10 of every item in it, not 1. Does that make sense? Yes, I guess, dude, I think you're selling yourself short. Go bigger. Yeah,
yes, sir.
Go bigger.
Yeah, we do plan to develop personal kits. So one market we want to reach in the future is things like hunters and bus drivers, because we think that's something that could be a market we could reach. And then we also want to develop a kit for teachers that they can keep in their desks or just in their classrooms.
I mean, I actually usually have one. Oh, it's not in my bag right now.
Like, what I'm seeing here is sort of like, okay, we have the fire extinguisher, right? Like, but the fire extinguisher covers more than 1 person versus this may only cover 3 injuries, maybe. Have you had children try to follow the instructions and?
Yes, ma'am. We tested 50 kids from the age of 6 to 15, and 80% of them were able to use the tourniquet kit and the other things in there only using our instructions without any assistance from us.
Yeah, next time you definitely need to take credit for that. You did a ton of hard work there, so make sure you talk about stuff like that. Question for you on the pricing. Did the $150 include the maintenance fee, or is the maintenance fee separate?
The maintenance fee is separate, but that is for the price of us coming throughout the year and checking on the box, making sure nobody's tampered with the packaging, making sure everything's still up to date. So if someone sadly did have to use it, everything would be in good condition.
And how much is that maintenance fee?
It's $100.
Per year?
It's bi-yearly.
100 per unit. Okay. The price definitely starts to get pretty expensive, so I was just sitting there thinking about how you could really drive that price down, because essentially then you're looking at $250 per unit. And like Will mentioned, if you need more of them per school, that starts to get really expensive. Have you looked into grants or any different ways that schools can afford these?
Yes, ma'am. If schools were to be buying these, it would be through grants. After we talked to the head of security, that's what he informed us, that anything security related is typically bought through grants almost all the time. And also the price right now is considerably higher because we are buying everything individually.
Right.
Meanwhile, if we were to buy in wholesale, we can cut the price almost down to 50%.
Okay, perfect. So those 2 points that you hammered home right now, they need to be a part of your pitch, because that was a great answer.
And part of that needs to be, everything I see here, I can buy online from my chair right here, right? Yes, so if I'm the head of security, I could do it just as easy. Y'all have got to make it easier for the head of security not to do that. Does that make sense? So if that's price, if that's just, it shows up, we install it, it's done, kind of get that extra hook in there, because my argument to them would be like, well, why don't you just go buy this?
I think your big thing is the instructions. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am. That is a selling point, the instructions. Yes, ma'am.
Did you get these from somewhere or did you make them?
No, we made them.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's actually your selling point because I'm a doctor and I've never used one of these, thank God. Because I'm a primary care doctor. But I see your instructions and I think I can follow it. But the point is, like you said, I can just buy one of these, but what's the difference? And I think that's a big piece, instructions.
And in the future, we plan to color code each set of instructions with the actual items in the box.
Highlight the students.
Yeah, I love that. Yep.
If y'all made the instructions yourselves, please make sure you have multiple people confirm they're the correct instructions.
Yes. Good job, guys. Thank you.
Yeah,
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Throughout high school, we've all struggled with wardrobe issues. Every time we looked in our closet, it seemed as if we had nothing to wear. But when we expressed our frustrations to our parents, they claimed that they had bought us several nice dresses and suits in the years prior and were unwilling to spend any more money. So we collaborated and realized we had literally and figuratively outgrown the clothes that they were referring to. But how do you give away hundreds of dollars of formal wear to institutions like Plato's Closet and Goodwill for a max $10 profit? And how do you afford the unique pieces that you wanted in the first place? This is how our brainchild, Fit It, was born.
Hi, I'm Oliver Gwynn, the Chief Technology Officer.
Hi, I'm Gia Patel, the Chief Financial Officer.
Hi, I'm Brandon Dillard, the Chief Marketing Officer.
Hi, I'm Piper Smith, the Chief Executive Officer.
Hi, I'm Carter Salvato, the Chief Operations Officer, and we are Fit It.
Currently, the fashion industry is defined by what we've narrowed to three main problems: standardized sizing, environmental pollution, and fast fashion. Standardized sizing is the primary reason for returns and loss of trust with established brands. All this excess in product has had a huge environmental impact, with 82% of textiles now ending up in landfills annually. This 11.3 million tons of waste is also the result of fast fashion sites like Shein, which encourage mass purchasing at the expense of quality and clothing longevity.
Our growing interest in the increasing relevance issues of the fashion industry have led us to create Fit It. Fit It is a peer-to-peer online marketplace for the short and long-term rental of formal wear. The company will act as a broker and charge a commission of each purchase. This offers eco-friendly, accessible, and fashionable options not limited to location.
Our minimal viable product is our model website that is already exhibiting goals of functional peer-to-peer rentals with, even at the most basic level, a website development. Our website, you can learn more about the company on and simulate peer-to-peer rentals between each other.
Our customer represents who we deem hoarding Harry and spends a lot Sarah, someone who has an excess in product that they are not currently using, or someone who doesn't have the disposable income to afford single-use items like formal wear. This means our primary demographic is teenagers who are more likely to be influenced by modern trends and who have a limited budget. Fit It is distinguished by the peer-to-peer element of exchanges. Most companies are private corporations that operate on a subscription basis. This means that they are limited to what they have in stock and are able to tie the user to a monthly fee regardless of whether or not they're actively engaging with the website.
Gen Z consists of 68.6 million of the US population, 42 of which likes to buy secondhand clothing. If we narrow that down to how many people buy online and secondhand clothing, we get 860,000 potential customers. If 10% of that group spends $40 on Fitted 3 times, we estimate to make a $2 million in revenue.
Our indirect competitors are companies such as Zara, which participate in fast fashion. Our direct competitors are companies like Nuuly, Toolery, Rotate, and Rent the Runway. These companies are subscription-based websites that lose profit due to their limited availability of clothing.
So Fitted doesn't work on a subscription basis. You're able to explore our website freely prior to making an account. However, if you would like to list or rent your items, you must create a free account. Listing is free, and we take a 20% commission of each purchase. This may sound steep, however, it is comparable to sites such as Poshmark, which don't tie the user to a monthly fee. Our main concern with market testing was sanitation. We will use an encrypted platform to process safe payments, as well as collaborate with a eco-conscious cleaning service such as Presso, which will offer cleaning of your clothes at a discounted rate. We know all these prices add up, however, and we pledge to cover all shipping costs.
By the end of our first 3 years, we estimate 50% customer retention rate, and we hope to get 1,000 monthly users by the end of our second year. If we use Alamo Heights as a sample market, we have 1,800 high school students. If 300 of those use Fitted for prom or graduation one time and make a $40 purchase, we estimate $3,000 in revenue.
Fitted would like to grow to a national scale. In order to do this, we need an advanced website, which will cost around $20,000. Market testing, additionally, will be about $14,915.
We believe Fitted has a bright future within the fashion industry. We are passionate about the work we do, and we hope we've inspired you as well. If you have any further questions, don't hesitate to ask or contact us. Thank you so much.
So do I set the price for whatever I want to, if I've got a tux I'm going to put on there, I just say you can rent it for a week for $100?
We'll give recommendations, but you can also set whatever price.
And how do you go about giving those recommendations?
We'll look at the total cost of the original item, and then we'll make a discounted rate that's probably consistent across the website, ranging from like 15 to 20% of its original value.
And so a person would be looking at those and giving the recommendations, or how do you plan to do that long term?
I feel like when we start out, it would be a person, but we'd like to create some sort of database that could like do it for us.
Okay.
Can you go back? Sorry. Can you go back to the financials of? Let's see. I think here.
Well, hold on. Y'all said y'all were going to cover shipping, is that right? Yes. So y'all are getting 20% of, say it's $40, right? How are you going to cover shipping?
So we take leads and then cancellation fees. So we hope that we can make enough money through that to cover it.
Okay. I mean, even at, I think you got to think about y'all covering shipping, because I think that's going to eat you alive, especially if you're to the person, to cleaning, back to the person. That's 3 different shipping deals for something that was $40 and you got 20% of that. I don't think the math's going to work there.
Right. Do you have your cost of goods? Was there a slide for cost of goods? Back one? I'm not sure. No. Okay. Yeah, because I guess I was looking here and I was looking at shipping, and so your shipping box is what you're calling $1.56. But shipping costs you haven't accounted for inside your 20% yet. Correct?
Correct. For just a single-use item like a dress, it's estimated to be like, based on like the average weight, around like $8.56 to travel it just across the country. We don't think that that would be consistent across everyone who's using it because they're not making purchases all the time across the country, but we charge for cleaning fees, cancellation fees, and the commission, which we thought was too hefty on a site that was supposed to be at affordability. So.
I would just look at those numbers, because I ship all day, every day, and I can't get inside of that. So I would look at those numbers again and cite that. The shipping is real expensive, and it's about to get more expensive in July, so I'd look at those numbers. I don't think you have to cover shipping.
It looks like you talked about kind of your website simulating rentals and kind of testing that process. I remember one of the feedback items we gave you last time was just to like pretend, right, and test out the process of people shipping back and forth and how that whole experience was. Did y'all do that?
We did it with a sample market of about 10 people who attended the school. And we had them just simulate making purchases or receiving a box and seeing how their user experience was, but we didn't actually charge them because we didn't want to risk their information on the site.
Yep, there's nothing wrong with that part. Okay, good, thank you.
And what did you learn with those 10 customers?
Primarily sanitation concerns, but we did get positive feedback in terms of affordability for school events like prom and graduation photos.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think you guys did a nice job. You covered all the topics. Yeah, the financial questions you're getting, I think you need to kind of tighten up. The problem, the way you described the problem was really compelling. Love your graphics, your logo, really nice job on the slides. They're really easy to read, super simple. But the one thing that you're getting a lot of questions on is how does this work? And you might want to, I'm a visual person, is like draw that out. Like step 1, step 2, step 3, how you make money, what does the person do, what is that user experience? And if you tested it with 10 people, describe what they did, describe what you learned, describe how you're going to develop it over time. So kind of lay out your product, and it'll help you romance it a little bit more, present it a little more as a compelling offering. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We good?
I love your investor market.
Thank you.
I feel like some of this might need to be on your slides. I mean, I'm just literally flipping. I'm like, this is a good thing that I'd like to see on slide. So just maybe a couple more slides. If that's what we're hearing.
Yeah, you definitely put a lot of work into this.
Really, really good. But I'm hearing your presentation, and now I'm reading this, so I would love to just be like, oh yeah, I remember they said that. Oh yeah, I remember they said that, right? So maybe just use this as your reference guide for more stuff in your presentation.
Good job, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.